Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more night-bound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over Montague Street like a held breath, thick and patient, wrapping itself around the gas lamps until their light became something softer than illumination, more like memory, or perhaps hope. It was the kind of fog that turned London into a city of whispers, where footsteps arrived before their owners and departed long after, where the clip of a horse's hooves on cobblestone sounded like a question being asked over and over into the grey. The air carried that particular autumn dampness, the scent of coal smoke mingling with something earthier, the Thames asserting itself even here, miles from its banks, reminding the city that water was older than brick, older than ambition. Number 47 sat wedged between a solicitor's office that always smelled of old paper and anxiety, and a tobacconist whose door chimed with the regularity of a heartbeat. The building itself was unremarkable in the way that Victorian London specialised in. Narrow, 4 stories of soot-darkened brick, windows that reflected nothing but the street's own grey face back at itself. But those who knew, those who whispered in the tea rooms and sent furtive letters with no return address, they knew that the second floor held something that defied the comfortable rationalism of the age. Madame Celeste Darrow received visitors on Tuesdays and Fridays, between the hours of 2 and 5 in the afternoon. No appointments were necessary. No appointments were possible. One simply arrived, climbed the 17 steps, the building had a fondness for odd numbers, and knocked twice on the door painted a deep wine-dark red that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Sometimes the door opens immediately. Sometimes it remained closed for 20 minutes while voices murmured within. And sometimes this was spoken of in hushed tones. Sometimes the door opened before the knock, as if Madame Darrow had been waiting on the other side, counting footsteps, measuring breath. The parlour itself existed in a permanent state of twilight. Heavy velvet curtains, the colour of old port wine, blocked the windows, though whether this was for atmosphere or necessity, no one quite knew. Perhaps both. Madame Darrow was blind, had been since childhood. This much was known, though the how of it shifted with each telling. Some said it was a fever, others whispered of an accident, something involving fire or chemicals or a mother's curse. The truth, like so much else about her, remained veiled. Gas lamps burned low in sconces shaped like lilies, their flames barely taller than a candle's, casting everything in that particular golden dimness that makes the mind uncertain whether it's remembering or seeing. The air was thick with incense, not the churchy frankincense of respectability, but something stranger, sharper, with notes of myrrh and something else, something that might have been rosemary or might have been regret. A piano occupied one corner, its keys yellowed like old teeth, its music stand holding sheets covered in notations that seemed to multiply in the low light. The furniture had the exhausted elegance of things that had once been expensive and were now merely old. A chaise longue upholstered in fabric that might have been green or might have been grey, depending on how the lamplight caught it. 2 armchairs that didn't match, one slightly higher than the other, positioned across a small round table draped in silk the colour of midnight. And everywhere, on every surface, tucked into corners, balanced on the piano, stacked beside the door, sheets of music, opera scores mostly, La Traviata, Don Giovanni, Rigoletto. The pages curled at the edges like they were trying to whisper their melodies to each other when no one was listening. Madame Darrow herself was not what visitors expected, though none of them could quite articulate what they had expected. She was perhaps 40, perhaps older. The lamplight was too kind and too unkind to tell. Her hair, unpinned and unfashionable, fell in dark waves to her shoulders, threaded with silver that caught the gaslight like spider silk. She wore no mourning clothes, though widowhood was the usual excuse for women who lived alone and received strangers. Instead, she favoured deep colours, burgundy, forest green, a blue so dark it was nearly black, fabrics that rustled when she moved but never quite loudly enough to startle. Her eyes, pale grey and unclouded, moved constantly, tracking sounds and air currents with an attention that was almost predatory. They didn't have the milky vacancy that blindness usually brought. Instead, they seemed to see something else entirely, something just slightly to the left of the physical world. When she turned her face toward a visitor, those eyes would find their face with such precision that more than one client had gasped, certain for a moment that she could see them after all, see them perhaps better than they saw themselves. She never advertised. She never claimed powers beyond the natural. When clients asked, and they always asked, voices tight with hope or desperation, or the peculiar hunger of the bored wealthy, she would only smile, a small movement of her lips that suggested she found the question both amusing and sad. "I listen," she would say, her voice low and surprisingly musical, with an accent that might have been French, or might have been an affectation. "The world speaks constantly. Most people are simply too loud to hear it." But London, in that autumn of 1889, was beginning to speak of Madame Celeste Darrow with a different tone, not the half-mocking, half-titillated whisper that usually accompanied spiritualists and fortune-tellers, those theatrical creatures who draped themselves in scarves and spoke of spirit guides and conveniently deceased relatives. No, the whispers about Madame Darrow carried something colder, something that made even the skeptics uncomfortable in a way they couldn't quite name. It had started 3 weeks prior, on a Tuesday afternoon when the fog had been even thicker than usual. A woman, a solicitor's wife, respectably dressed, the kind who consulted fortune-tellers the way some women took laudanum, in secret and with vague shame, had climbed those 17 steps for what she assumed would be a pleasant hour of vague predictions and comforting nonsense. She had emerged 40 minutes later, white-faced, her hands shaking so badly she could barely manage the stair rail. At the bottom, she had hailed a cab with desperate urgency and given an address in Whitechapel, not her home, not anywhere a woman of her station had any business going. The driver, used to the peculiarities of fares leaving that particular address, had asked no questions. The next morning the newspapers had carried the story. A man found dead in a lodging house on Dorset Street, stabbed 3 times precisely, almost surgically. The police were baffled. The victim was a clerk, unremarkable, no enemies that anyone could name, nothing stolen, just dead, efficiently, in a room locked from the inside. The solicitor's wife said nothing to anyone except her husband, and he said nothing to anyone except his closest colleague, who said nothing to anyone except his brother-in-law, who happened to work at Scotland Yard. And so the whisper began its journey. Madame Darrow had described the murder. Location, method, victim. 23 hours before it happened. A coincidence, surely. London was full of murders, a guess lucky enough to be called a vision. These things happened. But then it happened again. A week later, a banker's daughter, slumming in the world of spiritualism the way wealthy girls sometimes did, seeking thrills in the occult that their embroidery circles couldn't provide. She had visited Madame Darrow on a Friday, expecting entertainment. She had left with a name, a street, and a method. Drowning, but not in water. She had laughed about it at dinner, making a party trick of the bizarre prediction. 2 days later, a woman in Suffolk was found dead in her bed, suffocated, a cloth soaked in chloroform pressed to her face until her lungs gave up their fight. The name matched. The street matched. The method, allowing for poetic interpretation, matched. Now the whispers carried weight. Now they carried fear. Inspector Lestrade, patient, persistent Lestrade, who had worked with Sherlock Holmes often enough to have developed a grudging respect for things that shouldn't be possible, but somehow were, had begun to collect the reports. Not officially, not yet. But he kept a folder, thin at first, growing thicker. Statements from witnesses who had visited Madame Darrow, coroner's reports from the murders she had predicted, newspaper clippings, a map of London with pins marking the locations. 3 murders in 3 weeks, each one predicted with such precision that coincidence became harder to pronounce, and each prediction given by a blind woman who lived alone, who received no visitors except paying clients, who owned no telephone, who sent and received no telegrams, who, as far as anyone could determine, had no possible way of knowing what she claimed to know. The 3rd prediction had sent Lestrade to his desk at midnight, unable to sleep, staring at his growing file and feeling something he rarely allowed himself to feel: genuine fear. Because the third prediction hadn't been for a clerk or a stranger, or someone whose death could be mourned privately and forgotten publicly. The third prediction was for Sir Reginald Ashworth, Home Office, connected to ministers. The kind of name that appeared in the Times with regularity, always in the context of important matters and government concerns. The kind of death that would not be quietly filed away. Madame Darrow had given the prediction to her Earl's widow who had come seeking comfort about her own mortality. Instead, she had been told, in that musical voice that never rose above a conversational murmur, that a man with a name like royalty and hands like a butcher would die within the fortnight. Stabbed, she said, in his own study, with something sharp and small, a letter opener perhaps, or a scalpel. The widow had been unnerved enough to mention it to her son, who mentioned it to his colleague, who, 3 conversational removals later, just mentioned it to Lestrade. The inspector had gone to Sir Reginald immediately, of course, had explained the situation with all the delicacy he could muster. Sir Reginald had laughed. Then he had stopped laughing. Then he had demanded protection, which Lestrade couldn't officially provide based on a fortune-teller's vision, but which he had promised to arrange unofficially, calling in favours, stretching resources. And now, 10 days into the fortnight, with Sir Reginald growing more paranoid by the hour and the newspapers beginning to sniff the story like hounds catching a scent, Lestrade sat in his office and admitted something he had never wanted to admit. He was out of his depth. The clock on his desk read 11:30. Outside, London settled into its nighttime self, the city of fog and gaslight and secrets pressed close together in the dark. Lestrade pulled out a clean sheet of paper, dipped his pen, and began to write with the careful penmanship of a man who knew this letter would be read by someone who noticed everything, including handwriting. Dear Mr. Holmes, I find myself in need of your assistance in a matter that defies conventional explanation. He paused, crossed out defies, wrote challenges instead, then crossed that out too and returned to defies. If he was going to ask Sherlock Holmes for help with a blind fortune-teller who predicted murders with impossible accuracy, he might as well be honest about how impossible it all seemed. The fog pressed against his window, like it was trying to read over his shoulder. Somewhere across the city, in a second-floor parlour on Montague Street, Madame Celeste Darrow sat in her twilight room, surrounded by opera scores and lamplight, listening to the world speak its secrets in the dark. And in her mind, like a melody she couldn't quite place, she heard a name repeating, Holmes, 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 the last name on a list she had never wanted to write. The morning arrived at Baker Street the way it always did, incrementally, as if testing whether the residents were ready for it. First came the milkman's cart, its wheels finding every loose cobblestone with mathematical precision. Then the paperboy, whistling something that might have been a music hall tune or might have been an attempt to ward off the morning cold. Then Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs, accompanied by the comfortable clatter of breakfast things arranged on a tray with the confidence of long practice. Sherlock Holmes had been awake for 3 hours already, which was either very early or very late depending on how one measured such things. He stood at the window in his dressing gown, a garment of such heroic shabbiness that Mrs. Hudson had long since given up suggesting replacements, watching the street emerge from the night's fog like a photograph developing in a chemical bath. Smoke rose from his pipe in contemplative spirals, and his long fingers tapped an irregular rhythm against the window frame, keeping time with thoughts that moved too quickly for speech. Watson, descending from his own room with the careful steps of a man whose leg remembered old wounds in damp weather, found his friend in this attitude of watchful stillness that usually meant either boredom or intense concentration. With Holmes, the two states were often indistinguishable. "You haven't slept," Watson observed, easing himself into his customary chair with the quiet groan of a man who would never quite admit to middle age. "Sleep is for people who have run out of interesting things to think about," Holmes replied, not turning from the window. "I have been considering the 17 ways to commit murder in a locked room, and I've only reached number 12. Sleep would be premature. Charming breakfast conversation. You brought it up. I suggested you hadn't slept. You supplied the murder." Holmes smiled at that, a quick, genuine expression that softened the sharp angles of his face. "Fair point. Very well. Let us discuss the weather instead. It remains grey. There, I've exhausted the topic. Mrs. Hudson entered with the tray, setting it down with the pointed gentleness of a woman who had opinions about gentlemen who didn't sleep and wouldn't be sharing them out loud. The scent of toast and strong tea filled the room, and Watson felt his stomach assert its own opinions on the matter of breakfast, which were considerably more straightforward than Holmes' philosophical stance on sleep. "There's a letter coming for you, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said, producing an envelope from her apron pocket. "Brought by messenger not 10 minutes ago. The boy said it was urgent, though they all say that, don't they?" Holmes took the envelope with the delicacy of a surgeon accepting a scalpel, turning it over in his hands, holding it up to the morning light. Official paper, government quality but not government letterhead, written after midnight. The ink is fresh, and there's a smudge here where the writer's hand dragged across wet letters. Right-handed, obviously, pressed hard enough to indent the paper, which suggests either strong emotion or habitual firmness. The address is perfectly centred, which indicates someone accustomed to writing official reports, and the seal— he held it closer to his nose— cheap candle wax, applied hastily. Someone writing from home rather than an office then, but still treating it as official business. Or, Watson suggested mildly, you could simply open it and read it. Where's the sport in that? But he opened it anyway, unfolding the single sheet with care, his eyes moving across the lines with that peculiar intensity that meant his mind was already 3 steps ahead of the words. Watson watched his friend's expression shift, a small tightening around the eyes, a barely perceptible straightening of the shoulders. Interest, then. Genuine interest. "Lestrade," Holmes said, passing the letter across. "It seems our good inspector has encountered something that makes him uncomfortable, which, as you know, is one of my favourite varieties of problems." Watson read the letter with growing fascination. Lestrade's prose was admirably clear, if somewhat stilted in the way of men who had learned to write reports before they learned to write letters. He laid out the facts with police precision. 3 murders, 3 predictions, each one accurate to an uncomfortable degree. A blind woman who received visitors in a darkened parlour and somehow knew things she shouldn't know. And now a 4th prediction, for a man important enough that his death would cause political ripples. "A fortune-teller," Watson said, setting down the letter. "Surely this is a coincidence, Holmes. These women make dozens of predictions. We only hear about the ones that happen to align with reality." "Ah, the law of large numbers. Yes, I considered that." Holmes had settled into his own chair now, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in his characteristic pose of concentration. "But Lestrade is not. A fanciful man. He would not write to me about vague predictions that could be twisted to fit any outcome. He says the predictions are specific. Names, locations, methods. That moves us from the realm of theatrical guesswork into something more interesting." "You think she's involved in the murders themselves?" "I think—" Holmes paused, reaching for his pipe. "I think there are several possibilities, each one worthy of investigation. First, yes, she could be involved, either committing the murders herself, unlikely given her blindness and the physical nature of the crimes, or working with an accomplice. Second, she could be receiving information from someone close to the crimes and presenting it as prophecy. Third," he lit the pipe, and smoke wreathed his head like a contemplative crown. "Third, there could be something I haven't considered yet, which is always the most interesting possibility." Watson smiled at that. His friend's greatest joy was not in being right, but in being surprised by the shape of wrongness. "What does Lestrade want us to do?" "He wants me to visit Madame Darrow, assess her claims, and determine whether Sir Reginald Ashworth is genuinely in danger, or simply the victim of an elaborate hoax. He stationed men around Sir Reginald's house, but he can't maintain that indefinitely on the strength of a fortune-teller's word. The man will either need official protection or official reassurance that he's being absurd. And you're intrigued?" "Profoundly. A blind woman who sees the future through murder. It's either the most tedious parlour trick or something genuinely novel. Either way, I haven't had a decent puzzle in 3 weeks. Mrs. Hudson is beginning to complain about the violin at odd hours, which is her way of saying I'm bored and she's noticed. She also complained about the chemical experiments in the kitchen. That was once, and the stain came out eventually." Watson stood, brushing toast crumbs from his waistcoat with the practised gesture of a man who had learned to eat breakfast efficiently in military conditions. "When do we visit this Madame Darrow?" She receives visitors on Tuesdays and Fridays between 2 and 5. Today being Friday, I suggest we arrive at precisely 2:30. Early enough to avoid the crowd of believers, late enough that she won't think we're overeager. You're assuming there will be a crowd. Holmes stood as well, stretching like a cat that had been still too long. Lestrade says the rumours are spreading. 3 accurate predictions create curiosity. A 4th prediction involving a government official creates a sensation. Yes, there will be a crowd. London loves a mystery, Watson, especially when it comes wrapped in velvet curtains and the scent of incense. We're a city that pretends to rationalism while secretly hoping for magic. He moved to the window again, looking down at the street where morning had fully established itself now. Hansom cabs moved past with their patient, horses. A street sweeper worked his corner with the dignity of ritual. An organ grinder had set up near the corner, his monkey dancing in a small circle that spoke of long practice and resigned expertise. Besides, Holmes added, almost to himself, there's something else in Lestrade's letter. Something between the lines. He's frightened, Watson. Not concerned or puzzled. Genuinely frightened. Lestrade has seen enough of death to be professional about murder, for him to use the word defies about a blind woman predicting crimes. He's encountered something that doesn't fit his understanding of how the world works, and when Lestrade's understanding fails, it usually means mine will find something interesting. Watson joined him at the window, watching London move through its morning routines with the vast indifference of a city too large to notice individual mysteries. You think there's danger? I think there's always danger when people claim to know things they shouldn't know. Either they're lying, which creates its own dangers, or they're telling the truth, which creates far worse ones. Holmes turned from the window, and his expression was sharp now, focused. The boredom burned away entirely. Come, Watson, we have several hours before our appointment. Let me tell you what I know about fortune-tellers, spiritualists, and the specific psychology of people who claim to see in the dark. The morning passed in the comfortable rhythm of Holmes' monologues, which were less lectures than they were symphonies of observation, moving from Victorian spiritualism to the medical understanding of blindness, from famous fraud cases to the genuine mysteries that occasionally surfaced in police reports. Watson listened, interjected, questioned, and watched his friend come fully alive in the presence of a problem that hadn't yet revealed its shape. By the time they left Baker Street, stepping into the midday fog that had never quite lifted, Holmes was humming, a sure sign of good spirits. Watson recognised the melody vaguely, something operatic, though he couldn't place it. "Do you know the piece?" Holmes asked, catching his friend's puzzled expression. "It's familiar, but no. Don Giovanni, Mozart. The stone guest arrives at dinner, and the Don, being the Don, invites death itself to dine. It's been in my head all morning, though I'm not sure why." He hailed a cab with the casual authority of a man who had hailed 1,000 cabs and expected them all to stop. "Montague Street, number 47. And don't hurry, I want to see the neighbourhood first." The cab rolled through London's grey afternoon, and Holmes watched everything with that peculiar attention that made Watson simultaneously grateful and exhausted. Nothing escaped his notice: the way fog settled in certain streets, the sound of footsteps on different types of pavement, the smell of different districts as they passed through them. Montague Street, when they reached it, was respectably shabby. The kind of location where genteel poverty rubbed shoulders with modest professional success, and neither side acknowledged the contact. Number 47 stood unremarkable among its fellows, its windows revealing nothing, its door painted that strange deep red that seemed to absorb the afternoon light. "Well," Holmes said, paying the driver and stepping down onto the pavement, "shall we see what a blind woman sees?" Watson followed him to the door, counting the steps without meaning to. 17. An odd number for an odd business. Holmes knocked twice, precisely, and then they waited in the fog and the silence, listening to London move around them like water around stones. The door opened, and Madame Celeste Darrow stood there, her pale grey eyes finding Holmes's face with such precision that Watson felt his breath catch. She smiled, small and sad. "Mr. Holmes," she said in that low musical voice, "I've been expecting you, though I had hoped— well, hopes are useless things, aren't they? Come in. We have very little time, and there's so much you need to understand before the music stops." She stepped aside, and the scent of incense and something else, something like old paper and older secrets, drifted out into the street. Holmes exchanged one quick glance with Watson, and then they stepped across the threshold into the twilight world where a blind woman saw murders before they happened. The door closed behind them with a sound like a chapter ending, and somewhere in the room, barely audible beneath the hiss of gas lamps, a music box played the same melody Holmes had been humming all morning. The stone guest arriving, death invited to dinner, and the Don laughing in the face of what he couldn't understand. The parlour swallowed them whole. That was Watson's first thought as the door closed and the world outside became something remembered rather than present. The velvet curtains, the low-burning gas lamps, the air thick with incense and silence. It all conspired to create a space that felt less like a room and more like the interior of some vast, quiet creature that had decided to hold them gently in its mouth while it considered whether to swallow or speak. Madame Darrow moved through this twilight landscape with the unsettling grace of someone who knew every surface, every shadow, every molecule of air that might betray an obstacle. She didn't shuffle or reach out tentatively as Watson had seen other blind people do. She simply moved, fluid and certain, her skirts rustling like pages turning in a book written in a language only she could read. "Please," she said, gesturing to the two mismatched chairs across from the chair where she settled herself, with the careful arrangement of fabric that spoke of vanity not quite abandoned. "Sit. I imagine you have questions, though perhaps not the questions you think you have." Holmes remained standing, his hawk-like gaze moving across the room with that peculiar intensity that meant he was reading the space the way other men read newspapers. Watson watched his friend's eyes catch on details. The scattered sheet music, the positioning of the furniture, the way dust had settled in some corners but not others, the specific titles visible on the piano's music stand. "You're not what I expected," Holmes said finally, his voice carrying that particular tone of someone adjusting their hypothesis in real time. "No one ever is." Madame Darrow's smile was brief, like a candle flame in the wind. "You expected scarves and crystal balls, perhaps? A theatrical accent, claims of spirit guides and deceased relatives eager to communicate, the usual machinery of deception. You're remarkably frank about the fraudulent nature of your profession." "I said the usual machinery. I made no claims of my own." She tilted her head, and those pale grey eyes seemed to look through Holmes rather than at him. "You're taller than I imagined from footsteps alone. 6 feet, perhaps slightly more. You favour your right leg by perhaps half an inch, an old injury or a congenital asymmetry. You smoke a pipe, not cigarettes. The tobacco is distinctive, expensive, probably a custom blend. And you're left-handed, though you've trained yourself to write with your right. The training was recent, within the last 5 years. Affectation or necessity?" Watson saw his friend's expression shift. The smallest tightening around the mouth that meant Holmes had encountered something unexpected and was recalibrating his approach. "The latter," Holmes said quietly, "an experiment in neuroplasticity that proved more successful than anticipated. And more uncomfortable, I imagine." Madame Darrow gestured again to the chairs. "Please, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, sit. I promise the furniture isn't part of any trick. It's simply furniture, grown tired of standing." This time they sat. Watson found his chair slightly higher than expected, which forced him to settle his weight carefully. Holmes's chair was lower, which meant he had to look up slightly at Madame Darrow, a positioning Watson suspected was entirely intentional. In her own parlour, in her own twilight, she controlled the geometry of conversation. "Inspector Lestrade sent you," she said. It wasn't a question. "He's concerned about Sir Reginald Ashworth, who is, I'm told, a man of some importance. 3 murders have matched my predictions with uncomfortable precision, and now a 4th prediction threatens someone the police cannot afford to lose. They want to know if I'm a charlatan, a conspirator, or something else entirely." "Which are you?" Holmes asked. "All 3, perhaps, or none. Definitions become slippery in the dark, Mr. Holmes. You of all people should understand that truth and fact are sometimes distant cousins who barely speak at family gatherings." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Let us begin with facts, then. 3 murders. You predicted each one with remarkable specificity. Location, method, approximate time. The first, a clerk in Whitechapel, stabbed 3 times, found in a locked room. The second, a woman in Southwark, suffocated with chloroform. The third, a dockworker in Limehouse, struck from behind with something heavy and regular, a brick as it turned out. You gave these predictions to clients who then witnessed them come to pass. I'm less interested in whether you can see the future than in how you acquired the information in the present. Madame Darrow was silent for a long moment. In the low lamplight, her face seemed to shift between ages, sometimes 40, sometimes 60, sometimes ageless in the way of icons and saints in old paintings. When she spoke, her voice carried something Watson couldn't quite name. Not sadness, exactly. Something older than sadness. "I listened to the music," she said. "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." She stood with that same fluid grace, moving to the piano where sheet music lay scattered like fallen leaves. Her fingers traced the pages without seeing them, but her touch was precise, knowing. "Opera, Mr. Holmes. Do you appreciate opera?" "I appreciate the mathematics of composition. The emotional manipulation leaves me cold." "How very sad for you. Opera is the art of encoding human experience into sound. Love, betrayal, revenge, redemption, all of it pressed into melody and harmony and rhythm. Some people hear beauty. I hear information." Watson glanced at Holmes, whose expression had gone very still. The detective rose from his chair and crossed to where Madame Darrow stood, looking down at the scattered sheets. His hand reached out, stopped just before touching the paper, and then his fingers began to move through the air above the notes as if conducting an invisible orchestra. "These are marked," he said softly. "Specific passages circled, others underlined. Some notes have small annotations in the margins. Numbers, letters, symbols I don't recognize." "Very good, Mr. Holmes." Madame Darrow's voice carried approval like honey carries sweetness. Naturally, inevitably. "You see what most don't bother to look for? Yes, they're marked. They arrive that way." "Arrive?" "In the post. No return address. 3 times so far, each time a different opera. La Traviata first, then Carmen, then Rigoletto, and most recently—" She lifted a sheet from the piano, holding it up to the lamplight, though her eyes couldn't benefit from the illumination. "This, Don Giovanni, Act 2, Scene 15, the stone guest scene, when the statue comes to dinner and drags the Don to hell for his sins." Holmes took the sheet from her with the delicacy of a man handling evidence. Watson rose and joined them, looking over his friend's shoulder at the page. Even to Watson's untrained eye, the markings were clear. Certain notes circled in red ink, small numbers written in the margins, letters that seemed to spell nothing in particular scattered across the staff. "How long have you been receiving these?" Holmes asked, his voice taking on that particular quality of intense focus that meant everything else in the world had temporarily ceased to exist, except the problem at hand. 6 weeks. The first arrived on a Tuesday. I had it read to me by my housekeeper. She comes 3 times a week to manage things my fingers cannot. At first, I thought it was simply sheet music, perhaps sent by mistake or as a gift from a client who knew I collected opera scores. But that night, she paused, and her unseeing eyes seemed to look at something far away, or perhaps very close. That night I couldn't sleep. The music played in my mind, over and over. Not the way music usually does, not the melody or the beauty of it. Something else, something underneath the notes. "A pattern," Holmes said. "Yes, a pattern." Madame Darrow moved back to the chaise, settling herself with visible weariness. "I've been blind since I was 9 years old, Mr. Holmes. Fever, if you're curious. The medical details are tedious, but in the years since I've developed certain compensation. My hearing is acute, my sense of spatial awareness is excellent, and I've learned to recognize patterns in sound that others miss. Music speaks to me in ways that go beyond simple appreciation." "You decoded the markings," Watson said, understanding beginning to dawn. "I decoded nothing. I listened. The circled notes, when played in sequence, create a melody that isn't part of the opera itself. It's something else, something hidden inside the legitimate score like a message folded inside a letter. The numbers in the margins correspond to dates. The letters—" She smiled that brief sad smile again. "The letters spell names, locations, methods, everything one would need to know about a murder before it happens." Holmes had gone very still. Watson knew this stillness. It was the stillness of a predator that had just caught the scent of prey. His friend's mind was working at extraordinary speed now, making connections, discarding impossibilities, constructing theories and demolishing them in the time it took most men to draw breath. "You received the first marked score 6 weeks ago," Holmes said, speaking slowly, carefully, as if each word was a step across ice that might crack. The first murder happened 5 weeks ago, which means whoever is sending these is planning the murders in advance. Yes. Madame Darrow's voice was flat now, drained of that musical quality. They're not predictions, Mr. Holmes. They're schedules. And I've been their prophet, their oracle, their useful blind woman who sees murders in the dark and tells all of London about them before they happen. The room fell silent except for the hiss of gas lamps and, faintly, the sound of traffic on Montague Street, a world away despite being just beyond the curtains. Watson felt something cold settle in his chest, a recognition that they had stepped into something larger and stranger than a simple fortune-teller's fraud. "Why tell anyone?" Holmes asked. "Why not simply burn the scores, ignore the messages, and refuse to participate?" "Because at first I thought I was losing my mind." Madame Darrow's fingers twisted in her lap, the first sign of genuine distress Watson had seen from her. "You have to understand. I receive cryptic messages hidden in opera scores, and my brain, my traitorous pattern-seeking brain, translates them into visions of murder. That's not a prophecy, Mr. Holmes. That's madness." So I told a client, someone I thought I could trust to be discreet. I wanted to know if the thing I had decoded was real, or if I was simply hearing signals that didn't exist. When the first murder happened exactly as the music had told me it would, I knew I wasn't mad. But by then... She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. By then it was too late. The client told someone who told someone else. The story spread, and I became the blind seer who sees murders in the dark. Holmes began to pace, his long legs eating up the small space between piano and chaise, his hands clasped behind his back. Watson recognized this too, the physical manifestation of mental architecture being constructed at speed. "The opera connection is deliberate," Holmes said, speaking more to himself than to them. "Whoever is doing this chose opera specifically because—" He stopped, turned, "because you would understand it. Because you collect opera scores, because you have a reputation, however small, as someone who appreciates classical music. They needed you to decode the messages. They needed you to spread the word, which means I know them," Madame Darrow finished. "Or they know me well enough to understand how my mind works, what I collect, how I process information. Yes, Mr. Holmes, I've reached that conclusion myself. Someone in my life, someone who has been in this room or knows someone who has, is using me as their messenger." Watson moved to the window, pulling the curtain aside slightly to look down at Montague Street. The fog had thickened, turning the afternoon into premature evening. Pedestrians moved like ghosts through the grey, their features indistinct, their purposes unknowable. Anyone could be down there. Anyone could be watching. "The fourth score," Holmes said, returning to the piano. "The one with the stone guest scene. What does it tell you?" "That Sir Reginald Ashworth will die within the next 6 days, stabbed in his study with something small and sharp. A letter opener, I think, though the encoding is less precise about the weapon than about the victim." She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "And there's something else. Something I haven't told Inspector Lestrade because I wasn't certain I had decoded it correctly." Holmes turned to her, his entire attention focused like sunlight through a lens. "What?" "There's a fifth name in the score, hidden deeper than the others, in the counter-melody rather than the main theme. It took me 3 days of listening to find it, and even then I wasn't sure. But the pattern is there, unmistakable once you know how to listen." "What name?" Watson asked, though some part of him already knew, already felt the shape of the answer like ice forming on a window pane. Madame Darrow lifted her head, and her pale eyes found Holmes' face with that unnerving precision that suggested she saw him better than sight could manage. "Yours, Mr. Holmes. Your name is written in the music. You are the 5th victim, the final name on a list I never wanted to read." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the gas lamps seemed to stop their hissing, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen when a detective who solved murders learned he was scheduled to be one. Holmes laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, more surprise than humour. "Well," he said, and his voice carried an edge Watson knew well, the edge of a man who had just been challenged and was delighted by it. "That certainly adds personal motivation to the investigation, doesn't it?" "You're not concerned?" Madame Darrow asked, and for the first time Watson heard genuine confusion in her voice. "Oh, I'm concerned. I'm also fascinated. Someone has gone to extraordinary lengths to create an elaborate murder schedule using opera as their cipher. They've chosen you as their prophet, knowing you would decode and spread the information, and they've included me, presumably, because they either want me to investigate or want me dead. Either way, I'm flattered by the attention. Holmes moved to the door, his movement suddenly purposeful. I need to examine these scores properly. May I borrow them? You believe me then? I believe you've received marked sheet music. I believe you've decoded messages that correspond to actual murders. Whether those murders happened because of the messages or the messages were written because the murders were planned, that's what we need to determine. Watson, we're going to need expertise. Someone who understands musical notation at a level beyond my competence. Someone who... The Royal Opera House, Madame Darrow said. Professor Harold Ashfield. He's the music director, and he's one of the foremost experts on musical cryptography in England. I attended one of his lectures years ago, before... She gestured at her eyes. Before I lost the ability to read his papers. If anyone can explain the technical aspects of musical encoding, it's him. Holmes nodded, already halfway to the door. Watson, collect the scores, all of them, especially Don Giovanni. He paused, hand on the doorframe, and looked back at Madame Darrow. You said you hoped I wouldn't come. Why? Because the pattern is clear, Mr. Holmes. Everyone who has touched this investigation gets added to the list. Inspector Lestrade asked me questions about the second murder. The third victim was his cousin, a detail almost no one knew. Sir Reginald Ashworth was part of a committee that reviewed Opera House funding 20 years ago, when this building was nearly shut down. The connections are there, subtle but present. Everyone who gets close to understanding becomes a target. And yet you've told me everything. Because you came anyway. Because you always come, don't you? You can't help yourself. A mystery is, a murder is a puzzle, is a case, and you need them the way some men need air. She stood, moving toward them with that uncanny precision. Be careful, Mr. Holmes. Whoever is doing this understands opera. And opera, at its heart, is about one thing. Tragedy dressed in beautiful music. Everyone dies in the end. Everyone sings their final aria and falls in the last act. Even the heroes. Then I shall have to decline my aria, Holmes said, and there was steel beneath the lightness in his voice. I've never been fond of opera anyway. All that emoting makes me uncomfortable. Come, Watson. We have a music director to interrogate and a cipher to break, and somewhere in London, a composer of murders is waiting to see if we can hear what they're trying to say. They left Madame Darrow standing in her twilight parlour, surrounded by marked music and lamplight, a blind oracle who had seen too much and warned too late. Outside, the fog had thickened further, turning Montague Street into a watercolour painting where everything bled into everything else. As they walked toward the main road to hail a cab, Watson glanced back once at the building's upper windows. Through the curtains he could see the faint glow of lamps, and for just a moment he could have sworn he heard music, not from any visible source, but from the air itself, from the fog and the stones and the grey afternoon light. Don Giovanni. The stone guest arrived, Death invited to dinner, and Holmes hummed along as they walked, his mind already 3 steps ahead, racing toward an ending he couldn't yet see, but was determined to conduct himself. The Royal Opera House stood on Bow Street like a declaration of intent, its columns and arches announcing that beauty could be carved from stone and glass, that art could exist even in a city that specialised in fog and commerce. The late afternoon light, which managed to penetrate London's grey veil, caught the building's facade and turned it temporarily golden, as if the structure itself was trying to remember what sunshine felt like. Holmes and Watson arrived at 4:30, when the Opera House occupied that peculiar liminal space between afternoon rehearsals and evening preparations. The main entrance was closed, but a side door yielded to Holmes' knock, and a stage manager with the harried expression of a man who had misplaced something important, possibly his patience, directed them to Professor Ashfield's office on the 2nd floor. The staircase smelled of old wood and older ambitions, the scent of countless performers who had climbed these same steps carrying dreams in their throats. Posters lined the walls, advertising productions from decades past. La Bohème, Aida, Faust. The faces in the posters were frozen in dramatic poses, their painted expressions promising passion that had long since faded into memory and dust. Professor Harold Ashfield was a man who appeared to be constructed entirely from angles. Sharp nose, pointed chin, elbows that jutted from his sleeves like architectural features. He sat behind a desk that groaned under the weight of musical scores, reference books, and what appeared to be 3 separate tea services in various stages of abandonment. His office was a symphony of organised chaos, with every surface covered but somehow still functional, as if the mess itself had achieved a kind of equilibrium. "Mr. Holmes," he said, rising with the slight wince of a man whose back no longer appreciated sudden movements. "Your telegram was intriguing. Musical cryptography is not a subject many people ask about, particularly not with such urgency, and you must be Dr. Watson. I've read your accounts with great interest. You make detections sound almost romantic, which I suspect annoys Mr. Holmes considerably." "Considerably," Holmes confirmed, settling into the chair Ashfield indicated with a gesture. Watson took the other chair, which creaked alarmingly but held. "Professor, I need your expertise on a matter that combines your knowledge of musical notation with what I hope is a healthy skepticism about the supernatural. I'm a music theorist, Mr. Holmes. We're skeptical about everything, including music." Ashfield returned to his own chair and steepled his fingers in a manner that reminded Watson strongly of Holmes himself. "What's the problem?" Holmes produced the sheet music they had collected from Madame Darrow, laying the pages across the desk with the care of someone handling evidence. "These are opera scores that have been marked, circled notes, marginal annotations, symbols that don't correspond to standard musical notation. I need to know if these markings could constitute a functional cipher, and if so, how one might decode them." Ashfield leaned forward, his sharp features growing sharper with concentration. He lifted the first sheet, the La Traviata score, and held it to the lamplight, his eyes moving across the markings with the practiced assessment of someone who had spent a lifetime reading music the way other men read newspapers. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Yes, this is certainly a cipher. Quite an elegant one, actually. The circled notes, when read in sequence, create a secondary melody that doesn't exist in the original score. It's hidden inside the primary composition like a watermark. Clever. Very clever." He set down the first sheet and picked up the second, the Carmen score. "Same technique here, but more sophisticated. The encoding is layered. There's a surface message in the circled notes, and then a deeper message in the relationship between the marked passages and the opera's libretto." "Can you decode them?" Watson asked. "Given time, certainly. But Mr. Holmes, this kind of encoding requires both musical expertise and intimate knowledge of the specific operas being used. The cipher isn't arbitrary. It's built on the structure of each opera's composition, its themes, its narrative arc. Whoever created this knows these operas as well as the composers themselves, perhaps better." Holmes had been silent, watching Ashfield's examination with that peculiar stillness that meant his mind was processing information at extraordinary speed. How many people in London would possess that level of expertise? Ashfield sat back, removing his spectacles to clean them with a handkerchief he produced from a waistcoat pocket. "Depends on what you mean by London. If you're asking how many people in England could create a cipher of this sophistication using opera as the medium, perhaps 20, perhaps fewer. If you're asking how many have the combination of musical knowledge and the particular mindset required to encode murder instructions in Don Giovanni." He replaced his spectacles and his expression was grim. "You're looking at a very small number, possibly single digits. Could you provide names?" "I could, but it would be speculation. These are my colleagues, Mr. Holmes, men and women I've worked with for decades. I'm not comfortable accusing them of murder based on their ability to read music. I'm not asking for accusations. I'm asking for possibilities." Holmes' voice was gentle but firm. "3 people are dead, Professor. A 4th is threatened. If your colleague list contains a murderer, your discomfort is a luxury none of us can afford." Ashfield was quiet for a long moment, and Watson watched something shift in the man's face, the academic's reluctance giving way to the citizen's responsibility. "Very well, I'll prepare a list. But Mr. Holmes, you should understand something about people who work in opera. We're all obsessives. We spend our lives immersed in stories about passion and revenge and love that destroys everything it touches. For most of us, that passion stays safely contained inside the music, but occasionally," he gestured at the marked scores, "occasionally someone forgets where the opera ends and reality begins." Holmes gathered the sheets, folding them carefully. "One more question. These operas, La Traviata, Carmen, Rigoletto, Don Giovanni, Is there a pattern, a thematic connection? All four are tragedies. All four involve death as a consequence of social transgression or moral failing. In La Traviata, a courtesan dies of consumption after society rejects her love. In Carmen, a woman is murdered by a lover who cannot control his jealousy. In Rigoletto, a father's quest for revenge results in his daughter's death. And in Don Giovanni, Ashfield paused, his expression darkening. The Don is dragged to hell by the ghost of a man he murdered, justice delivered by the dead to the living. If your murderer is choosing these operas specifically, they're making a statement about judgment, consequence, and the inescapability of punishment for past sins. Or, Holmes said softly, they're promising that the dead will have their revenge. Thank you, Professor. You've been extraordinarily helpful. Send that list to Baker Street as soon as you're able, and if anything else occurs to you, anything at all, contact me immediately. They left Ashfield surrounded by his paper fortress, his face troubled, his hands already reaching for pen and paper to compile the list Holmes had requested. Outside, evening had begun its slow assertion over the city, and the gas lamps along Bow Street were being lit by a lamplighter who moved from post to post with the mechanical precision of a long routine. "Where now?" Watson asked, pulling his coat tighter against the damp cold that rose from the pavement like something living. "Belgravia," Holmes said, hailing a cab with a raised hand. "Sir Reginald's townhouse. Lestrade has maintained surveillance, but I want to see the location myself, understand the geography of where this murder is supposed to happen. And..." He climbed into the cab, Watson following. "I want to speak with Sir Reginald. Understand what connects him to the other victims beyond the opera connection Madame Darrow mentioned." The cab rolled through London's evening traffic, and Watson watched his friend's profile against the window, silhouetted by passing street lamps. Holmes's face was set in that expression of fierce concentration that meant he was constructing theories, testing them against facts, discarding those that didn't fit and refining those that did. It was a look Watson had seen hundreds of times, but tonight it carried an additional weight. Tonight Holmes wasn't just solving a murder. He was, if Madame Darrow was correct, preventing his own. Sir Reginald Ashworth's townhouse occupied a corner lot on Eaton Square, one of those addresses that announce wealth with the subtlety of a brass band. 4 stories of white stone, black iron railings, windows that gleamed even in the gaslight like they were personally affronted by the concept of dirt. A constable stood at the front door, another at the corner, both trying to look casual while clearly scanning the street for threats. Lestrade met them in the entrance hall, his expression carrying the particular weariness of a man who had been dealing with a terrified aristocrat for several days without sufficient sleep or patience. "Holmes, Watson, thank God. Sir Reginald is in his study, refusing to leave, convinced that if he stays in one place with guards at every door, nothing can happen to him. I've tried explaining that locked rooms didn't protect the first victim, but he's not interested in logic. He's interested in survival." "Has there been any unusual activity?" Holmes asked, his eyes already, cataloguing the entrance hall's details, the quality of the locks, the sight lines from the street, the positioning of the constables. 3 attempts by journalists to gain entry, claiming various false identities, 2 delivery attempts that we turned away without accepting packages, 1 telegram that, when opened, contained only a fragment of musical notation. No words, no signature, just notes on a staff. Lestrade produced the telegram from his pocket, and Holmes took it with the delicacy of someone handling something dangerous. "More opera," Holmes said, examining the notation. "This is from Don Giovanni again. Act 2, the graveyard scene, the Don mocking the statue before it comes to life." He handed the telegram to Watson, who recognised the melody, and the same one Holmes had been humming that morning. "Our composer is getting theatrical, sending previews of the final act. Can you stop it?" Lestrade's voice was flat, exhausted. "I have 6 days left of my promised fortnight. After that, Sir Reginald either needs official protection, which I cannot justify based on a fortune-teller's word, or he needs to accept that he's being paranoid and dismiss the guards. But if something happens to him, Holmes, if she's right and he dies in his study despite our precautions, it's not just murder, it's a political catastrophe." "Show me the study," Holmes said. They climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor where Sir Reginald's study occupied a large room overlooking the square. The man himself sat behind a massive mahogany desk, his face the particular shade of grey that came from too much fear and too little sleep. He was perhaps 60, heavy-set, with the jowls of someone who had spent decades dining well and the hands of someone who had never done manual labour. Those hands shook slightly as he poured himself brandy from a crystal decanter, and Watson noted the level of the liquid. Not the first drink of the evening, possibly not even the fifth. "Mr. Holmes," Sir Reginald said, his voice trying for authority but landing somewhere near desperation. "Lestrade says you're the best. Can you tell me I'm being absurd? That this blind woman is a fraud and I'm not about to be murdered in my own home?" Holmes moved around the room with that predatory grace, examining windows, checking locks, studying the arrangement of furniture. "I can tell you that Madame Darrow is not a fraud in the way you mean. She has received genuine and coded information about murders that have subsequently occurred. Whether she's complicit or merely a messenger, that remains to be determined. But I'm not in danger. I didn't say that." Holmes stopped at the window, looking down at the square below where fog was beginning to pool like water finding its level. "Sir Reginald, I need you to answer some questions honestly. Your life may depend on your candour." The man's hand tightened on his brandy glass. "What questions?" 20 years ago you served on a committee that reviewed funding for the Royal Opera House. Do you remember that?" Sir Reginald blinked, surprise breaking through fear. "How did you—" Yes, I served on that committee. Minor position, really. We were reviewing subsidies, ensuring public funds were being used appropriately. Standard government oversight. Was there any controversy? Any decisions that might have created enmity? We recommended cuts, modest ones. The Opera House was operating inefficiently, spending lavishly on productions that weren't financially viable. We required more fiscal responsibility in exchange for continued support. He took another drink, his hands steadier now that he was on familiar ground. The ground of committees and reports and decisions made from positions of unassailable authority. There was some pushback from the artistic community, but nothing serious. Certainly nothing that would lead to murder 2 decades later. Holmes turned from the window and his expression was sharp. Were there any scandals during that period? Any incidents at the Opera House that the committee investigated or suppressed? Something flickered across Sir Reginald's face. Recognition, perhaps, or memory suddenly surfacing. There was one thing. A soprano. Young woman, very talented by all accounts. She died during a benefit performance. Heart failure, the doctors said. But there were rumours, whispers that she had been driven too hard, pushed beyond her limits by an artistic director who cared more about success than the well-being of his performers. Some people wanted a formal investigation. And we determined it would be damaging to the Opera House's reputation. The artistic director had already resigned. The woman was dead. An investigation wouldn't change that. We filed a brief report noting the tragedy and recommending better oversight of performer welfare going forward. It was the practical decision, Mr. Holmes, the kind of decision governments make every day. Do you remember the soprano's name? Sir Reginald closed his eyes, reaching for a memory 20 years old. Darrow, he said finally. Her name was Darrow, Celeste Darrow. The silence in the study was absolute. Watson felt the pieces arranging themselves in his mind, the pattern becoming visible, a woman who died at the Opera House, a committee that buried the investigation, and 20 years later, a blind woman with the same name receiving murder instructions encoded in opera. Holmes's expression didn't change, but Watson knew his friend well enough to see the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers had gone still. Sir Reginald, he said quietly, I need you to tell me the names of everyone else who served on that committee. That was 20 years ago. Most of them are dead by now, retired, scattered. He stopped, and his face went even greyer. The other victims, the clerk, the woman in Southwark, the dock worker, they weren't random, were they? I don't believe in random things, Sir Reginald. There are only patterns we haven't recognised yet. Holmes moved to the desk, pulling paper toward him, producing a pencil from his pocket. Write down every name you remember, every member of that committee, every staff person who worked on the investigation, every official who touched that report. Write it all down and do it quickly. Sir Reginald wrote with shaking hands, his brandy forgotten, his fear transformed from vague paranoia into specific, crystallized terror. Watson watched the list grow, each name another potential victim or potential suspect. the web of 20-year-old decisions spreading outward like cracks in glass. Outside, night had fully settled over Belgravia. The gas lamps burned their steady light, and the fog pressed against the windows like something curious, something patient, something waiting to see what would happen when midnight arrived and the opera reached its next act. Holmes took the list, his eyes scanning the names with that rapid assessment that meant he was already cross-referencing them against his vast mental archive of London's citizens. "Lestrade," he said, "I need you to assign men to protect these people. Not all of them will still be alive or in London, but those who are need immediate surveillance." "On what grounds? I can barely justify protecting Sir Reginald." "On the grounds that a pattern is emerging, and patterns can be interrupted if we understand them quickly enough." Holmes folded the list, tucking it into his coat. "Watson and I will return to Baker Street. I need to analyse these opera scores more thoroughly, cross-reference Ashfield's list with Sir Reginald's committee members, and determine who among the living has both the musical expertise and the motive to encode revenge in opera. And if you can't determine it in time—" Sir Reginald's voice was barely above a whisper. Holmes paused at the door, and when he spoke his voice carried both honesty and something that might have been compassion. "Then I suggest you make peace with whatever gods you believe in, Sir Reginald, because whoever is conducting this symphony of murder has been planning it for 20 years, and they've been remarkably precise so far. Sleep well, or don't. At this point, sleep might be the more dangerous option." They left him there, surrounded by guards and brandy and the weight of decisions made 2 decades ago when a young woman died, and practical men decided that some questions were better left unasked. The cab ride back to Baker Street was quiet. Holmes stared out the window, his reflection ghostly against the fog-obscured streets. Watson broke the silence finally, his voice low. "The blind Madame Darrow. She's related to the dead soprano?" "Daughter, most likely, or sister. The age would be appropriate for either." Holmes's reflection in the window was thoughtful, troubled. "Which means our prophet is not neutral. She has a personal stake in these murders, even if she's not committing them herself. The question is whether she's a willing participant or another victim, someone being used to deliver messages she only partly understands." "And your name in the score, the 5th victim?" Holmes smiled, though there was no humour in it. "Either I'm being warned or I'm being invited. Either way, Watson, I believe we're approaching the final act. In opera, that's when all the tensions resolve, when accounts are settled, when justice, or tragedy, is finally delivered. Whoever wrote this has been patient for 20 years. They won't wait much longer." The cab rolled through London's night, carrying 2 men toward answers they hadn't yet found, while behind them, in a Belgravia study, Sir Reginald Ashworth sat surrounded by guards and tried not to think about the woman who had died 20 years ago, or the blind woman who saw murder in the dark, or the 6 days remaining before the prophecy would prove itself true or false. Midnight struck somewhere in the city, bells counting down the hours remaining, and in the fog and the gaslight London breathed and waited as it always did, patient and vast and utterly indifferent to the small dramas of murder and music playing out in its streets. Baker Street received them like an old friend who had been waiting patiently for their return. Mrs. Hudson had left the lamps burning low, and the familiar scent of pipe tobacco and old books greeted them as they climbed the 17 steps. That number again, Watson noted with a chill, to Holmes's rooms. The fire had been banked, but still glowed with enough warmth to chase away the fog's dampness that had settled into their bones during the cab ride. Holmes moved immediately to his desk, spreading the opera scores across its surface with the care of a general deploying troops on a battlefield map. La Traviata scored to the left, Carmen beside it, then Rigoletto, and finally Don Giovanni in the position of honour. He stood over them, his long fingers hovering above the marked passages, his eyes moving between the sheets with that peculiar intensity that meant he was seeing patterns invisible to ordinary observation. Watson settled into his chair, grateful for its familiar comfort, and watched his friend work. This was Holmes at his finest, not the dramatic confrontations or the theatrical revelations, but these quiet hours of analysis where the machinery of his extraordinary mind became visible in small ways. The tilt of his head, the occasional murmur, the way his fingers would trace connections in the air above the papers as if conducting an orchestra only he could hear. "The encoding is consistent," Holmes said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched for perhaps 20 minutes. "Each score uses the same basic technique, circled notes creating a secondary melody, marginal annotations providing dates and locations. But there's a progression, Watson, a growing sophistication. The La Traviata cipher is relatively simple. The Don Giovanni cipher is... He paused, lifting the final score to examine it more closely in the lamplight. It's almost showing off. Whoever created this has been refining their technique, learning, improving. Which suggests either someone who is new to cryptography but learns quickly, or someone who knew how to encode messages all along, but is deliberately escalating the complexity, making the puzzle harder as we approach the climax. Holmes set down the score and moved to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look down at Baker Street's nighttime stillness. There's a theatrical quality to all of this, Watson. The choice of opera as medium, the use of a blind oracle to deliver the prophecies, the careful timing of each murder to match predictions given weeks in advance. This isn't simply someone killing for revenge, this is someone staging a performance. A performance for whom? For us, perhaps. For London. For whoever failed to listen 20 years ago when a young woman died at the Opera House. He turned from the window and his face was thoughtful, troubled. We need to understand what really happened to Celeste Darrow the Elder. Sir Reginald's account was sanitized, filtered through the lens of committee reports and political expediency. I want the truth, Watson. The messy, uncomfortable truth that governments bury in file cabinets and hope time will forget. Where do we find that truth? In the places where truth goes to hide when the powerful would prefer it remain hidden. Holmes glanced at the clock on the mantel. midnight, the city's liminal hour when one day surrendered to the next. Too late for official channels, but not too late for unofficial ones. Get some rest, Watson. Tomorrow we begin excavating a 20-year-old grave, and I suspect what we find will not be pleasant. But sleep, when Watson finally sought it in his own room, came reluctantly and brought dreams of fog and music, of blind women who saw too much, and dead sopranos who sang in languages he couldn't understand. He woke twice to the sound of Holmes' violin playing softly in the next room, the same melody repeated over and over, the stone guest theme from Don Giovanni, each repetition slightly different, as if Holmes was trying to decode the music itself rather than just the markings upon it. Morning arrived grey and reluctant, the kind of London morning that suggested the sun had considered rising but decided it wasn't worth the effort. Holmes was already dressed when Watson emerged, looking surprisingly fresh for a man who had slept at most 2 hours. A telegram lay open on the breakfast table beside the cold toast and lukewarm tea. From Ashfield, Holmes said, gesturing at the telegram. His list of people with sufficient musical expertise to create the cipher. 12 names, as I suspected. 3 of them are currently out of the country, which removes them from immediate suspicion. 2 are dead, 1 for 5 years, the other for 18 months. That leaves 7 possibilities, and of those, he tapped the telegram with one long finger, 3 have connections to the Royal Opera House during the period when Celeste Darrow died. Do any of the names match Sir Reginald's committee list? No direct matches, but there's overlap in the social circles, the professional networks. Victorian London is smaller than it appears, Watson. The opera world, the government world, the society world, they intersect at specific points, specific events. Benefit performances, for instance, committee hearings, the kinds of gatherings where a Home Office official might meet a music director, where a talented soprano might be noticed by people with the power to advance or destroy careers. Watson poured himself tea that had gone beyond lukewarm into the realm of merely warm, and tried to feel enthusiastic about the day ahead. Where do we start? The newspaper archives at the British Library. Every scandal, every death, every controversy leaves traces in the press, no matter how much official reports might sanitize them. Journalists love 3 things, Watson: scandal, tragedy, and the opportunity to hint at corruption they can't quite prove. If there was anything questionable about Celeste Darrow's death, some reporter will have written about it, even if obliquely. The British Library's reading room was a cathedral to accumulated knowledge, its vast circular space lined with books that stretched toward a domed ceiling, painted with the kind of allegorical figures that Victorians loved. Truth, science, poetry, all rendered in gilt and grandeur. The air smelled of old paper and furniture polish, and the particular mustiness that came from centuries of collected human thought, slowly decomposing in organised rows. Holmes had requested newspaper files from 1869 to 1870, the period surrounding the committee investigation. The librarian, a thin man who looked like he had been constructed from paper and wire, brought them stack after stack of bound volumes, each one heavy enough to be dangerous if dropped. They worked in silence for an hour, turning pages carefully, scanning headlines and articles, moving through the accumulated trivia of 2 decades past. Advertisements for patent medicines, society columns documenting who had dined with whom, political debates that had seemed urgent then and were utterly forgotten now, the daily noise of a city that never stopped talking to itself. Watson found it first, almost by accident. A small article on page 7 of the Times dated March 14, 1869. The headline was restrained, as befitted a respectable newspaper. Tragic death at Opera House benefit. He read it aloud, his voice low in the library's hushed atmosphere. A promising young soprano, Miss Celeste Darrow, aged 23, collapsed during a benefit performance at the Royal Opera House last evening and was pronounced dead shortly thereafter. Physicians attending the scene attributed the death to heart failure, though Miss Darrow had no known history of cardiac ailment. The performance was halted, and attendees departed in a state of considerable distress. Miss Darrow had been engaged to perform selections from La Traviata, her first major role at the Opera House. She's survived by a younger sister whose name was not provided. A memorial service will be held at St. Paul's Church, Covent Garden. Holmes had moved to look over Watson's shoulder, his eyes scanning the article with predatory focus. Note what's not said as clearly as what is. No mention of the artistic director. No explanation for why a healthy 23-year-old collapsed mid-performance. No details about what heart failure actually means. It's a catch-all diagnosis that covers everything from genuine cardiac arrest to convenient ambiguity. And a younger sister, Watson said softly. That would make our Madame Darrow approximately 9 years old when her sister died, young enough to worship an older sibling, old enough to remember, old enough to grieve. Holmes straightened, moving back to his own stack of newspapers. Keep looking, there will be more. Deaths like this generate follow-up stories, speculation, letters to the editor. The truth is there, Watson. We just need to find the pieces and assemble them. They found the pieces over the next 2 hours, scattered across different newspapers with different political leanings and different degrees of restraint. The Morning Chronicle had been more direct. Questions remain following Opera House death. The Illustrated London News had published a sketch of Celeste Darrow, her face beautiful and young, her expression capturing that particular hope that comes just before life teaches harder lessons. But it was the Pall Mall Gazette, always more willing to court controversy, that provided the most damning details. An editorial dated April 2nd, 1869, written with the careful language of journalists who couldn't quite prove what they suspected. The recent tragedy at the Royal Opera House has left this observer with questions that official pronouncements seem disinclined to answer. Miss Darrow's death, attributed to natural causes despite her youth and apparent health, occurred during a performance for which, we are reliably informed, she had been given less than adequate time to prepare. Sources close to the production suggest that Miss Darrow was required to learn and perform a demanding role in a mere fortnight, a time frame that would challenge even the most experienced soprano. Further, it has been suggested, though not confirmed, that certain substances were provided to Miss Darrow to help maintain the energy and vocal clarity such performances demand. Substances which, while not illegal, are not without risk when used without proper medical supervision. One wonders if the pursuit of artistic excellence might occasionally demand too high a price, and whether those in positions of authority bear responsibility when young performers are pushed beyond reasonable limits in service of spectacular productions. Holmes read this passage twice, his expression growing darker with each reading. Substances to maintain energy and vocal clarity. Laudanum, most likely. Perhaps cocaine or other stimulants that were perfectly legal at the time and frequently used by performers. But in sufficient quantities, or in combination with the physical stress of a demanding performance. He didn't finish the sentence, he didn't need to. Watson's medical training filled in the implications automatically. Heart arrhythmia, cardiac arrest, particularly in someone young and otherwise healthy, who is pushed beyond their physical limits while using stimulants to mask exhaustion. It wouldn't be murder in any legal sense, but it would be killing nonetheless. Negligent, casual killing dressed up as artistic necessity. Holmes closed the newspaper with barely controlled force. And when her sister, younger, presumably dependent on Celeste for support, began asking questions, making noise, threatening the Opera House's reputation and the careers of those involved. The committee stepped in, made it all go away with practical recommendations and buried reports. Watson felt something cold settle in his chest, a recognition that they were uncovering not just a murder plot but a historical injustice that had festered for 2 decades. Holmes stood abruptly, his movements sharp with barely contained energy. "We need to find the sister, the current Madame Darrow, understand her role in all of this more completely. Is she the murderer, the accomplice, or simply another victim being used by someone else who knew both sisters? You think someone else is orchestrating this, using Madame Darrow the same way the committee used reports and recommendations? I think revenge after 20 years suggests either extraordinary patience or extraordinary control. Madame Darrow struck me as many things: intelligent, perceptive, damaged by her sister's death. But she didn't strike me as someone capable of the cold calculation these murders require. The encoding alone would take months of work. The planning, the patience, the willingness to kill 3 essentially innocent people as a prelude to the real targets." Holmes shook his head. "No, someone else is composing this symphony. Someone who knew both sisters, someone who has access to Madame Darrow now, and had access to information about the committee then." They returned to Baker Street through afternoon streets that had grown busy with commerce and traffic, London going about its daily business utterly unaware that beneath its grey surface old sins were being tallied and old debts were being collected with murderous precision. Mrs. Hudson met them at the door with a slightly harried expression that meant visitors had arrived in their absence. "There's a young woman waiting for you, Mr. Holmes." Wouldn't give her name, but she said it was urgent. Said she has information about the opera murders, and she'd only speak with you. I put her in the sitting room with tea, though she's barely touched it. Holmes took the stairs 2 at a time, Watson following more cautiously. The sitting room door was ajar, and through it, Watson could see a woman sitting on the edge of the sofa, her posture rigid with anxiety. She was perhaps 30, dressed in the practical clothes of someone who worked for a living, her hands twisted together in her lap. She stood when Holmes entered, and her words came out in a rush, as if she'd been rehearsing them and needed to deliver them before courage failed. "Mr. Holmes, my name is Margaret Ashfield. I'm Professor Ashfield's daughter. He told me about the opera scores, about the cipher, and I need to tell you something I should have told someone 20 years ago, when I was 10 years old and thought that staying quiet was the same as staying loyal." Holmes gestured for her to sit, settling into his own chair with that complete attention he gave to witnesses who brought him information. "Please, Miss Ashfield, tell us everything." She took a shaky breath. "My father was the assistant music director at the Royal Opera House in 1869. He wasn't the one who drove Celeste Darrow to perform when she was exhausted, who provided her with stimulants to keep her voice strong. That was the director, a man named Thomas Ravencroft. But my father knew. He knew what was happening, and he said nothing because speaking would have cost him his position, possibly his career. He's lived with that guilt ever since." "And you?" Holmes asked gently. "I knew Celeste. She was kind to me, the way young women sometimes are with children. She would let me sit in the rehearsal hall and listen to her practice. She told me once that she had a younger sister, that everything she did was to earn enough money to take care of her sister after their parents died. She said—" Margaret's voice broke slightly. "She said she was so tired, but she couldn't stop because her sister needed her." "The younger sister," Watson said. "Do you know what happened to her?" "After Celeste died, the younger girl was taken in by an understudy who had been fond of Celeste, a mezzo-soprano named Isabella Frost. I heard later that the girl had fallen ill, that she'd lost her sight. I always wondered if it was the same fever that took her parents, or if it was grief that made her blind. Sometimes tragedy works in strange ways." Holmes leaned forward. "Miss Ashfield, is Isabella Frost still alive?" "I don't know. She retired from performing years ago. But Mr. Holmes—" Margaret met his eyes with visible effort. "There's something else. My father said the cipher in those opera scores uses techniques he developed himself, methods he wrote about in academic papers in the 1870s. Only a handful of people would know those specific encoding methods, and one of them—" She paused, gathering courage. "One of them is Isabella Frost. She studied musical theory with my father for years. She was brilliant, obsessive even, and she loved Celeste Darrow like a sister." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Watson watched Holmes process this information, watched the pieces rearranging themselves in his friend's mind. the pattern becoming clearer and darker simultaneously. "Thank you, Miss Ashfield," Holmes said finally. "You've provided a crucial piece of information. One more question. Do you know where we might find Isabella Frost now?" Margaret reached into her bag and withdrew a folded piece of paper. "I looked her up in the Opera House records before I came. She lives in Marylebone, number 12 Wyndham Place. Mr. Holmes, if she's involved in these murders, my father feels responsible. He thinks if he had spoken up 20 years ago, if he had stood up to Ravencroft, Celeste might still be alive, and now people are dying because he was a coward when it mattered." Holmes took the paper with gentle firmness. "Your father was human, Miss Ashfield. We all make calculations about self-preservation versus morality, and we all occasionally choose wrong. The person responsible for these murders is the person committing them, no one else. But you may tell your father that his information has likely saved lives, including possibly my own. That should count for something in the accounting of his conscience." After she left, Watson moved to the window and looked down at Baker Street, where evening was beginning its slow transformation of the city from day to night. Isabella Frost, a woman who studied cipher techniques with Ashfield, who loved Celeste Darrow, who took in her sister after she died, a woman with both motive and expertise. And access, Holmes added, standing beside him. If she raised the younger Celeste, she would have known about the girl's developing abilities, her talent for decoding patterns in music. She could have been preparing her for this role for years, training her to be the perfect prophet. So we go to Marylebone. "We are going to Marylebone," Holmes agreed, "and we finally meet the composer of this symphony of murder. But Watson..." He turned from the window and his expression was serious. "Bring your revolver. If I'm right about what we're going to find, we'll be confronting someone who has been planning this revenge for 20 years. That kind of patience doesn't break easily, and that kind of rage doesn't surrender just because we've solved the puzzle." Night fell over London like a curtain dropping on a stage, and somewhere in the fog and gaslight the final act was preparing to begin. Wyndham Place sat tucked into Marylebone like a secret the neighbourhood had agreed to keep. A quiet street of modest townhouses where professionals who couldn't quite afford Belgravia settled into respectable anonymity. The fog had thickened as evening progressed, turning the gas lamps into dim halos that illuminated nothing but their own futile efforts against the grey. Number 12 stood indistinguishable from its neighbours. 3 stories of faded brick, windows curtained against the night, a front door painted a dark green that might have been elegant 20 years ago and was now merely tired. Holmes and Watson approached on foot, having dismissed their cab 2 streets away. Watson's hand rested near his coat pocket where the revolver weighted the fabric with grim reassurance. Holmes walked with that peculiar alertness that came before confrontations. His body relaxed, but his attention focused like light through a lens, ready to catch fire at the slightest provocation. They stood at the door for a moment listening. From inside came the faint sound of a piano, not a performance, but the halting repetition of someone practicing scales, the musical equivalent of walking the same stretch of floor over and over while thinking. Holmes knocked twice, precisely, and the piano stopped mid-phrase, leaving a silence that felt like held breath. Footsteps approached, slow and measured. The door opened. The woman who stood in the threshold was perhaps 60, though the lamplight behind her made precise assessment difficult. She was tall, nearly as tall as Holmes himself, with the straight posture of someone who had spent years training their body to support a voice. Her hair, grey and pulled back severely, framed a face that might have been beautiful once but had settled into something harder. Angles and planes carved by time and whatever thoughts occupied the decades. Her eyes, dark and extraordinarily intelligent, moved from Holmes to Watson and back with an assessment that was both swift and thorough. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," she said, and her voice was everything a trained singer's voice should be, rich, controlled, carrying effortlessly even at conversational volume. "And Dr. Watson, I wondered when you would arrive. Earlier than I expected, actually. You must have found Margaret Ashfield, or someone like her, someone whose conscience has been troubling them for 20 years, and finally overwhelmed their sense of self-preservation." She stepped aside, gesturing them in with the grace of someone inviting guests to tea, rather than detectives to an interrogation. "Please, come in. We have a great deal to discuss, and only 4 days remaining before the schedule must be kept." The interior of the house was spare, almost monastic. The entrance hall held no decorations beyond a single lithograph of the Royal Opera House circa 1860. The building rendered in careful detail. The sitting room beyond was dominated by the piano Watson had heard, a magnificent instrument that looked out of place in the modest house, as if someone had installed a cathedral organ in a cottage. Sheet music covered every surface, stacked on tables, piled on chairs, spread across the piano itself in organised chaos. Isabella Frost moved to an armchair near the fire, carefully banked, providing light more than warmth, and settled into it with a careful economy of movement that spoke of physical discomfort well managed. "Arthritis," she said, noting Watson's medical assessment. "My hands, mostly. Ironic, isn't it? A pianist brought low by the inflammation of joints. God or fate or simple biology has a dark sense of humour." Holmes remained standing, his eyes cataloguing the room with that rapid precision that missed nothing. Watson positioned himself near the door, not blocking exit but present, watchful, his hand still near his pocket. "You're not denying involvement," Holmes said. It wasn't a question. What would be the point? You're here because you've solved the puzzle, or enough of it to know where the puzzle lives. Yes, Mr. Holmes. I created the cipher. I encoded the murders in opera scores. I sent them to Celeste, the younger Celeste, the blind one, the one who survived when her sister didn't. I made her my prophet, my oracle, my announcer of justice that the world would find impossible to ignore. She spoke without emotion, reciting facts with the same tone she might use to discuss the weather. I am the composer of this particular symphony, though I should clarify, I'm not the one who's been executing the performances. Watson felt something cold slide down his spine. You're saying you didn't commit the murders? I'm saying I didn't physically commit them, no. I'm 63 years old with arthritis in my hands and a heart that sometimes forgets its proper rhythm. I could no more stab a man than I could fly to the moon. But did I plan them? Did I choose the victims, determine the methods, create the schedule? Oh yes, Dr. Watson. I am guilty of every death except in the technical matter of whose hands held the knife. Holmes moved closer, and his voice was very quiet, very dangerous. Who is killing you, Miss Frost? Someone who loved Celeste as much as I did. Someone who watched her die because powerful men decided that a young woman's life was worth less than the Opera House's reputation. Someone who has waited 20 years for justice or revenge or whatever word you prefer for the settling of old debts. She looked up at Holmes and her dark eyes reflected the firelight like glass. You want a name? I won't give you one. Not yet. Not until the schedule is complete. 4 more days, Mr. Holmes. 4 more days, and then Sir Reginald Ashworth will join the other committee members who decided that burying truth was more important than honouring life, and then, perhaps, we can discuss names and consequences. 3 people are dead who had nothing to do with your vendetta, Watson said, his voice tight with controlled anger. Innocent people, murdered to establish Madame Darrow's reputation as a prophet. How do you justify that? Something flickered across Isabella Frost's face. Not quite guilt, but perhaps its distant cousin, regret. Innocent? The clerk in Whitechapel was Thomas Ravencroft's nephew, who inherited money from his uncle's estate, money earned by driving young performers to exhaustion and death. The woman in Southwark was a former Opera House patron who knew exactly what was being done to Celeste, and said nothing because scandal would have been inconvenient. The dock worker in Limehouse was the physician who signed Celeste's death certificate listing heart failure, when he knew that she'd been systematically poisoned with stimulants and exhaustion. None of them were innocent, Dr. Watson. They simply weren't famous enough for anyone to notice their sins. And Holmes, Watson gestured at his friend, what's his sin? Why is his name in your score? Isabella Frost smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. Mr. Holmes's sin is being very, very good at solving puzzles. I needed a detective of extraordinary ability to understand the pattern, to investigate, to eventually track the murders back to their source. Every great opera requires an audience, Dr. Watson. What good is justice if no one witnesses it? What value has revenge if the world doesn't understand why it's being exacted? She turned her gaze to Holmes. You were always going to be part of this story, Mr. Holmes. The question was whether you would be an observer or participant, witness or victim. That choice, interestingly, belongs to you. Holmes had gone very still, and Watson recognised this stillness. It was the moment before action, before decision, before the world pivoted on whatever choice his friend was about to make. "You're offering me something," Holmes said slowly. "A bargain of some kind. I'm offering you the truth, complete unfiltered truth about what happened 20 years ago. Names, evidence, documentation that would prove conclusively that Celeste Darrow was murdered by negligence and greed, and that every person on Sir Reginald's committee knew it and chose silence over justice. I have kept records, Mr. Holmes. Letters, accounts, medical files stolen from the Opera House before they could be destroyed. Enough to ruin reputations, to reopen investigations, to force the government to acknowledge that they prioritize political convenience over a young woman's life. In exchange for 4 days. Let the schedule complete itself. Let Sir Reginald Ashworth experience the same terror Celeste experienced, the same certainty of approaching death with no possibility of rescue. And then, when justice has been served in the only court that matters, the court of consequences, I will give you everything. The identity of my associate, the evidence of historical crimes, all of it. You can arrest us, try us, hang us if you like. But let the opera reach its final act first. Let the stone guest arrive at the dinner table and drag the unrepentant Don to hell." The silence that followed was absolute. Watson watched his friend's face, trying to read the calculation happening behind those sharp grey eyes. This was the moment every detective dreaded, when justice and law diverged, when the morally correct action conflicted with the legally required one. "No," Holmes said finally, and his voice was flat, final. "I don't trade lives for truth, Miss Frost. Not Sir Reginald's life, not anyone's life. Whatever sins were committed 20 years ago, they don't justify murder now. They justify investigation, prosecution, exposure, but not execution." Isabella Frost's expression didn't change. "How disappointingly predictable. I had hoped you might be more flexible in your morality, but very well. Then I'm afraid we've reached an impasse. You cannot stop what's coming, Mr. Holmes. Sir Reginald is protected, yes, but my associate is patient, skilled, and deeply committed to completing what we've started. The murder will happen. The prophecy will be fulfilled. The only question is whether you want to understand why, or whether you prefer to remain ignorant of the historical crimes that necessitated present justice." "I'll understand," Holmes said, his voice carrying steel beneath the surface calm, "after I've prevented the murder and arrested both you and your associate. Watson, I believe Miss Frost is finished being cooperative. Would you be so kind as to fetch a constable? I'm certain Inspector Lestrade would be interested in questioning Miss Frost about conspiracy to commit murder." Watson moved toward the door, but Isabella Frost's voice stopped him. "You can arrest me, certainly. I'm sitting here quite compliant, offering no resistance, but arresting me won't stop anything. My associate doesn't require my instructions at this point. The schedule is set, the plan is in motion, and even if you station every constable in London around Sir Reginald's house, the murder will occur exactly as predicted. Because, Mr. Holmes," she leaned forward slightly and her smile was terrible in its confidence, "my associate is already inside Sir Reginald's protection, has been since the surveillance began, waiting, watching, preparing for the moment when a knife can find its way between ribs and prophecy becomes history." Holmes went very still. Lestrade's men. One of them. Yes, someone with access, with opportunity, with every reason to be close to Sir Reginald without raising suspicion. Someone who has been in that house every day, every night, watching the target grow paranoid and frightened and eventually, inevitably careless. Isabella Frost settled back in her chair, her expression triumphant. "You cannot stop it without knowing which constable is waiting to become an executioner, and I won't tell you, not until the schedule is complete. Not until justice has been served to the man who buried Celeste's death in practical recommendations and political convenience." Watson felt his hand tighten on the revolver in his pocket. The urge to threaten, to force cooperation through fear or intimidation, rose sharp and immediate. But Holmes's hand lifted slightly, a small gesture that meant stand down, wait, think. "Miss Frost," Holmes said, and his voice was different now, softer, carrying something that might have been understanding or might have been manipulation, or might have been both. "You loved her, Celeste, the elder Celeste. You loved her in a way that grief doesn't diminish and 20 years doesn't erase. That kind of love, that depth of devotion, I understand it, perhaps better than you think. But would she want this? Would the woman you loved want you to spend 2 decades planning murders, turning her sister into an unwitting accomplice, destroying yourself in service of revenge? For the first time, something cracked in Isabella Frost's composure. Her hands, twisted with arthritis, clenched on the arms of her chair, and her face worked with emotion held barely in check. You didn't know her. You have no right to speak about what she would or wouldn't want. You're right. I didn't know her, but I know her sister. The blind Madame Darrow, your Celeste who survived. I spoke with her, Miss Frost. I saw her face when she warned me that my name was in the score. She didn't want this. She's terrified by what she's become, by what she's been made complicit in. You think you're honouring the elder Celeste's memory, but you're destroying the younger one's soul. Is that the legacy you want? Is that the justice you're seeking? Isabella Frost's eyes were bright now, wet with tears that refused to fall. I raised her. After my Celeste died, I took in her sister. I watched her grieve, watched the fever take her sight, watched her become someone who lives in darkness because the world was too cruel for her to bear looking at any longer. I devoted my life to her care, to her survival. Everything I did was for both of them, to honour the dead and protect the living. This revenge, this justice, this opera of murder, it's the only gift I can give to the woman I loved. The only way to tell her that her death mattered, that someone remembered, that accounts were finally settled. By making her sister an accomplice to murder. Holmes moved closer, and his voice was very gentle now, almost kind. Miss Frost, the younger Celeste, is being destroyed by this. Every prediction that comes true, every murder that matches her prophecy, it's breaking her. She's not your prophet. She's your victim, as surely as if you'd put the knife in her hand and guided it yourself. Is that what you wanted? Is that the justice you planned? The tears fell then, silent tracks down Isabella Frost's lined face. She looked older suddenly, smaller. The righteous fury that had held her upright for 20 years collapsing into something that looked very much like despair. I never meant. She was only supposed to deliver the messages, to be the voice. I didn't think about what it would cost her. I didn't think about anything except settling the debt. Then help us stop it, Watson said, his voice surprisingly gentle. Tell us which. Constable. Give us the name. Let Sir Reginald face trial for his crimes if crimes can be proven, but don't add another murder to the tally. Don't make the younger Celeste complicit in one more death. Isabella Frost closed her eyes, and for a long moment the only sound was the fire crackling softly and somewhere distant, a clock counting down seconds toward a deadline 4 days away. When she opened her eyes again, something had changed in her face. Not surrender exactly, but exhaustion. The kind of bone-deep weariness that came from carrying rage for so long that it had become too heavy to hold any longer. Constable David Morrison, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He's the youngest son of the physician who signed Celeste's death certificate. His father told him the truth on his deathbed, told him how he'd been pressured by the committee to rule the death natural, how he'd been paid to silence his medical conscience. David came to me 3 years ago seeking, I don't know, absolution perhaps, or understanding. We talked about his father's guilt, my grief, Celeste's death, and slowly, over months of conversation, a plan formed. He would become the instrument of justice. He would make his father's sin right by correcting the injustice his father had helped create. Holmes was already moving toward the door, his face grim with purpose. Watson, we need to reach Sir Reginald's house immediately. If Morrison is on duty tonight. He is, Isabella Frost said. He requested the night shift specifically, midnight to dawn, when the household is asleep and Sir Reginald is alone in his study with only one constable standing between him and destiny. She looked up at them, and her expression was strange now. Part relief, part regret, part something that might have been hope. Can you stop it, Mr. Holmes? Can you prevent the final act after everything that's been set in motion? I can try, Holmes said, which is more than anyone tried for Celeste Darrow 20 years ago. Watson, bring Miss Frost. Lestrade will want to question her, and I don't trust her not to warn Morrison if we leave her here. They moved quickly then, Holmes leading the way down Wyndham Place toward the main thoroughfare where cabs could be hailed. Isabella Frost came without resistance, moving slowly on her damaged joints, leaning on Watson's arm with the dignity of someone who had surrendered but not quite been defeated. Behind them, The house at number 12 stood dark and empty, its piano silent, its sheet music scattered like the notes of an opera that would never reach its intended ending. The cab ride to Belgravia felt eternal and instantaneous simultaneously, the wheels finding every rut in the pavement, the horse moving with infuriating slowness through fog-shrouded streets. Holmes sat forward on his seat, his body tense as a coiled spring, his mind visibly racing through scenarios and contingencies. Watson kept his hand on his revolver, and his other hand steady on Isabella Frost's arm, though the woman seemed to have lost all fight, slumping against the cab's interior as if the confession had removed whatever structure had been holding her together. "You really loved her," Watson said quietly, not quite sure why he was speaking except that the silence felt too heavy. The elder Celeste. Isabella Frost turned her head to look at him, and her expression was naked with old grief. "I loved her the way one loves sunlight after years of darkness. She was kind and talented, and she saw the world as a place that could be beautiful if people tried hard enough to make it so, and they killed her. Not with malice, but with indifference, with the casual cruelty of people who value reputation over humanity. For 20 years I've carried that rage, Dr. Watson. It's exhausting. I find I'm almost relieved to set it down, even if it means setting down everything else with it." Eaton Square appeared through the fog, its elegant facades ghostly in the gaslight. Sir Reginald's house showed lights in the upper windows, bedroom lamps, suggesting the household was preparing for sleep. 2 constables stood visible on the street, their positions unchanged from Holmes's earlier visit. One at the front door, one at the corner. But both, Watson realised with a chill, were not the constables he'd seen that afternoon. Holmes leapt from the cab before it fully stopped, taking the steps to Sir Reginald's door 3 at a time. The constable at the door, young, perhaps 25, with the kind of face that suggested earnestness and duty, stepped forward with hand raised. "Mr. Holmes, you can't—" "Where's Morrison?" Holmes demanded, his voice cutting like steel. "Constable David Morrison. Where is he?" The young constable's face registered confusion. "Inside, sir. He's on interior duty tonight, stationed outside Sir Reginald's study. But you can't go in without—" Holmes was already past him, shouldering through the door with Watson close behind. Isabella Frost remained in the cab, guarded by the confused constable, her face turned toward the house with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. The entrance hall was dim, lit only by a single lamp turned low. Voices drifted from upstairs, Sir Reginald's household settling into evening routines, unaware that murder waited in their midst. Holmes moved toward the staircase with Watson following, both men's footsteps muffled by carpet that absorbed sound along with light. The second-floor hallway stretched before them, doors closed on either side. At the far end, visible in the spill of light from beneath a door, stood a constable. Young, solidly built, with a kind of stillness that came from either extreme discipline or extreme focus. His hand rested on his belt near where a truncheon would hang, near where Watson realised something else might be hidden. "Constable Morrison," Holmes called out, his voice carrying but not shouting. "Step away from that door." The young man turned, and his face in the lamplight was strange, calm but also resigned, peaceful but also determined. "Mr. Holmes," he said quietly, "I wondered if you'd solve it in time. Part of me hoped you would. Part of me hoped you wouldn't." "Step away from the door," Holmes repeated, moving forward slowly, his hands visible and empty. "It's over, Morrison. Miss Frost has confessed. The plan has failed. Sir Reginald will face justice through proper channels, but not through murder." "Proper channels?" Morrison's laugh was soft, bitter. "Like the proper channels that buried the truth about Celeste Darrow's death? Like the committee that decided reputation mattered more than life? My father was part of that, Mr. Holmes. He signed a death certificate he knew was a lie, and he carried that guilt until it killed him. The last thing he said to me was her name, Celeste. Just her name, over and over, like a prayer or a curse or a confession." Behind the door there was movement. Sir Reginald, perhaps, hearing voices, wondering what was happening. Morrison's hand moved slightly toward his belt, and Watson's hand tightened on his revolver, still in his pocket but ready, aimed, waiting for Holmes's signal. "Your father's guilt doesn't justify becoming what you hate," Holmes said, still advancing slowly, still keeping his voice level and calm. "You're a constable, Morrison. You took an oath to uphold the law, not to execute private justice. Let us take Sir Reginald into custody. Let the historical crimes be investigated properly. Let the truth come out without adding more deaths to the tally. And if the truth comes out and nothing changes, Morrison's voice cracked slightly, if the world learns what happened and shrugs because it was 20 years ago, and the people involved are important and the woman who died was no one, what then, Mr. Holmes? What justice is there for Celeste Darrow? I don't know, Holmes said, and his honesty rang clear in his voice. I don't know if justice can be achieved for crimes this old, this buried. But I know that killing Sir Reginald won't bring her back. It won't ease your father's guilt or Isabella Frost's grief or the younger Celeste's terror at what she's been made part of. All it will do is create more victims, more grief, more guilt for another generation to carry. Break the cycle, Morrison. Be better than the men who chose silence 20 years ago. Choose truth and law and the difficult work of justice instead of the easy certainty of revenge. The hallway held its breath. Watson could hear his own heartbeat. Feel the weight of the revolver, see Morrison's hand hovering near his belt, where something metal caught the lamplight. The moment stretched, taut as wire, ready to snap in one direction or another based on whatever calculation was happening behind Morrison's tired eyes. And then, slowly, Morrison's hand moved away from his belt. His shoulders sagged, and his voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of surrender. I don't want to die for this. I thought I did. I thought it would be worth it to make them pay, but standing here listening to you, I just don't want to die. I'm 26 years old, Mr. Holmes. I'm so tired of carrying my father's guilt. I just want to set it down. Holmes reached him then, gently taking Morrison's arm, removing the knife that had been tucked into his belt. Small, sharp, exactly as the prophecy had predicted. Watson moved past them to knock on Sir Reginald's door, calling out reassurance that the threat had passed, that protection had held, that the prophecy had finally failed. Below, in the entrance hall, Lestrade arrived with additional constables, summoned by the young man from the door. Isabella Frost was brought inside, her expression unreadable as she saw Morrison in Holmes's custody. The younger Celeste, Madame Darrow, arrived as well, brought from Montague Street by a constable Holmes had sent hours earlier just in case. She stood in the entrance hall, her pale grey eyes finding Morrison across the distance, her face crumpling with an emotion that might have been relief or grief, or some terrible combination of both. "It's done then?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "It's finally done?" "It's done," Holmes confirmed. "No more murders, no more prophecies, no more using opera to encode death." Isabella Frost moved to the younger Celeste then, her arthritic hands reaching for the blind woman who had been her charge for 20 years. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "My dear girl, I'm so sorry. I thought I was honouring your sister. I thought I was protecting you. But Holmes is right. I've been destroying you all along." Celeste reached up, found Isabella's face with her fingers, and traced the tears there. "You loved her," she said simply. "I know you loved her. But love isn't supposed to feel like this. Love isn't supposed to hurt everyone it touches." They stood that way for a moment. Two women bound together by grief and guilt and a death 20 years old. While around them constables moved efficiently to arrest and process and begin the long bureaucratic machinery of justice. Sir Reginald emerged from his study, pale and shaken, but alive. Lestrade directed his men with weary competence. Watson felt exhaustion settling into his bones, the particular tiredness that came after the crisis passed. Holmes stood slightly apart, watching everything, his sharp face thoughtful. Watson joined him, and they stood in companionable silence while the aftermath unfolded around them. "You saved a life tonight," Watson said quietly. "I prevented a death," Holmes corrected. "It's not quite the same thing. The lives destroyed by this. Morrison's, Miss Frost's, Madame Darrow's, even Sir Reginald's in its way. Those can't be saved. Only witnessed, only documented, only remembered, so perhaps the next time someone wants to bury truth for convenience, someone else will remember the cost of that choice. And the historical crimes? The committee's decision, Celeste Darrow's death, all of it? Lestrade has Miss Frost's evidence now. It will be investigated, reviewed, made public if possible. Whether that constitutes justice..." Holmes shook his head. "I'm a detective, Watson. I found the truth. What society does with that truth once it's found is beyond my control, and perhaps beyond justice entirely. Some debts are too old to be paid, some sins are too buried to be punished. We do what we can with what we have, and we try not to let the impossibility of perfect justice prevent the pursuit of any justice at all. They left the house eventually, stepping out into Belgravia's night where fog still pressed close and gas lamps still burned their futile defiance against the dark. Behind them, the machinery of law ground forward, slow and inexorable and imperfect. Ahead of them, Baker Street waited with its familiar comfort and its promise of rest. And somewhere in the fog, London breathed and moved and continued its vast indifference to the small dramas of murder and music, opera and justice, revenge and love, and the terrible things humans did to each other in the name of both. The stone guest had arrived at the dinner table, but unlike the opera, the Don had survived. And in the morning there would be accountings, investigations, trials, the messy, difficult work of trying to make sense of grief that had curdled into rage, and rage that had crystallized into murder. But for tonight at least the music had stopped. The prophecies had ended, and the blind seer could finally stop seeing death in the dark. Morning came to Baker Street with unusual gentleness, as if the city itself had decided that after the violence of prophecy and the weight of old grief, London might permit a few hours of peace. The fog had lifted overnight, leaving behind a sky that was merely grey rather than oppressive, and pale November sunlight filtered through the windows with the tentative quality of something that wasn't quite certain it was welcome, but had decided to appear anyway. Holmes had slept, though Watson suspected not well and not long. His friend sat at the breakfast table with tea gone cold and toast untouched, surrounded by newspapers that he'd arranged in a specific pattern: the Times, the Chronicle, the Telegraph, each one carrying some version of the story that had concluded in Sir Reginald's entrance hall the previous night. The headlines varied in their sensationalism, but the essential facts remained constant. A murder plot foiled, a constable arrested, a decades-old injustice brought to light. "They're calling her the blind oracle," Holmes said without looking up, tapping one headline with a long finger. As if she chose that role, as if she wasn't simply a woman trying to decode the messages someone else encoded in music. The narrative is already being written incorrectly, Watson, already being transformed from tragedy into entertainment. Watson poured himself tea that was mercifully still warm and settled into his chair with the quiet groan of a man whose leg remembered yesterday's exertions. Can it be corrected? The narrative, I mean. Can the truth be told in a way that people will understand? That depends on what you mean by truth. Holmes finally looked up and his grey eyes were tired but clear, focused. The legal truth will emerge through trials. Morrison will be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Isabella Frost with the same, possibly with additional charges relating to the 3 murders that succeeded. Sir Reginald and the surviving committee members will face something. Perhaps formal inquiry, perhaps public censure, perhaps nothing more than embarrassment and the knowledge that their actions have been exposed. And the elder Celeste? Will there be justice for her? Holmes was quiet for a moment, his fingers tracing patterns on the tablecloth that might have been musical notation or might have been random movement. "There's no justice for the dead, Watson, only accounting, only memory, only the attempt by the living to acknowledge that a life mattered, that a death should not have happened, that systems failed and people made choices that prioritize convenience over humanity. Whether that constitutes justice." He shook his head. "I'm not a philosopher enough to say." A knock at the door interrupted them, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice calling up that they had visitors. Multiple visitors by her tone, the kind of plural that suggested she'd been overwhelmed by numbers and had simply gestured them all upstairs rather than try to organise them into some manageable sequence. Lestrade came first, looking more exhausted than Watson had ever seen him, his face carrying the particular weariness of someone who had spent the night processing arrests and writing reports, and trying to explain to superiors why a fortune-teller's prophecies had nearly resulted in a government official's murder. Behind him came Inspector Gregson, present in his official capacity as additional witness to whatever proceedings were about to unfold. And behind them both, moving with careful slowness, came Madame Celeste Darrow, guided by a young woman Watson recognised as Margaret Ashfield, the professor's daughter who had provided the crucial information about Isabella Frost. The sitting room suddenly felt crowded, bodies occupying space that usually held only Holmes' restless energy, and Watson's comfortable presence. Mrs. Hudson appeared with additional chairs, then retreated with the expression of someone who recognised that whatever was about to happen was beyond her jurisdiction, though she'd certainly hear about it later. Madame Darrow settled into the chair nearest the fire, and Margaret Ashfield remained standing beside her, one hand resting gently on the blind woman's shoulder. In the morning light, Celeste looked younger than she had in her twilight parlour, perhaps 35 rather than 40, her face less mysterious and more simply tired, the kind of exhaustion that came from years of carrying weight that should never have been placed on such narrow shoulders. "Mr. Holmes," she said, and her musical voice was subdued now, stripped of the otherworldly quality it had carried in her curtained rooms. "Inspector Lestrade says you prevented the murder, that Sir Reginald lives and the prophecy failed. Is it true?" "It's true," Holmes confirmed, his voice gentle in the way it only was when he recognised genuine suffering. "Constable Morrison has been arrested. Miss Frost is in custody. The schedule of murders is broken. No more deaths will follow the pattern." Celeste's hands twisted in her lap, her pale grey eyes fixed on some point between the floor and the middle distance where sighted people couldn't follow. "I should feel relieved. I do feel relieved. But there's something else too. Something like grief. Is that strange? To grieve for the failure of murders I never wanted to happen." "Not strange at all," Watson said quietly. "You've lost something, even if what you've lost was terrible. You've lost the woman who raised you, who cared for you after your sister died. You've lost the purpose she gave you, even if that purpose was poisonous. Grief doesn't always make sense. It simply exists." "Isabella loved my sister," Celeste said, and tears began to track slowly down her face, silent and somehow more affecting than any dramatic sobbing could have been. "She loved Celeste, my Celeste, the one who sang and laughed and told me stories about the world being beautiful. After my sister died, after the fever took my sight, Isabella was all I had. She taught me to navigate darkness. She helped me develop my hearing, my sense of spatial awareness, my ability to decode patterns in sound. Everything I am, everything I became, she made possible, and all of it, all those years of care and patience and devotion, were in service of this, of turning me into a prophet of murder, of using my grief and my blindness to announce deaths to the world." She turned her face toward Holmes, and though her eyes couldn't see him, Watson had the uncanny sensation that she perceived him anyway, understood him in some way that didn't require vision. "Did she ever love me, Mr. Holmes? Or was I always just a tool, just a means of delivering messages encoded in opera?" Holmes moved to kneel beside her chair, bringing himself to her eye level, and his voice was extraordinarily gentle. "I believe she loved you, Miss Darrow. I believe she loved you and used you simultaneously, which is one of the cruel paradoxes of human nature. People are capable of genuine affection even while committing terrible acts. They can nurture and destroy with the same hands. Isabella Frost raised you with care while planning revenge. She protected you while making you complicit in murder. Both things are true. Both things can exist in the same person, even though it seems impossible. You were not just a tool to her, but you were also not just a beloved child. You were both, and neither completely. And I'm sorry that you must live with that ambiguity, because it would be easier if she was simply a villain or simply a guardian. But humans are rarely simple." Celeste nodded slowly, accepting this truth with visible difficulty, her hands gradually stilling in her lap. "What happens now? To her, I mean. To Isabella." Lestrade cleared his throat, stepping forward into the conversation with the bureaucratic necessity of a man who had reports to deliver. "Miss Frost will be tried for conspiracy to commit murder. Given her age and her cooperation after arrest, she may receive some leniency, but she'll almost certainly face imprisonment. Constable Morrison will face similar charges, with the additional complication of having violated his oath as a police officer. The sentences will be significant. Years, certainly. Possibly decades." "And the others?" Holmes asked. "Sir Reginald and the committee members who survived? The people who actually caused Celeste Darrow's death through negligence and then buried the evidence?" Lestrade's expression darkened. "That's more complicated. The crimes occurred 20 years ago. Most of the principals are dead. Those who survive hold positions that make prosecution difficult. The evidence Miss Frost collected is compelling, but much of it was obtained through what amounts to theft. Stolen documents, copied correspondence. Its admissibility in court is questionable." "So they face nothing," Watson said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. The people who actually caused a young woman's death, who pressured a physician to falsify records, who buried an investigation to protect the Opera House's reputation, they'll face public embarrassment at most, and quite possibly not even that. They'll face inquiry, Lestrade said, but his tone suggested he shared Watson's cynicism about what such inquiries typically accomplished. There will be questions in Parliament, newspapers will run exposés, reputations will be damaged, but criminal prosecution, that's unlikely. The law has limitations, gentlemen. Time erodes evidence and erodes the possibility of justice. It's unsatisfying, but it's reality. Holmes had returned to his chair and his fingers drummed a restless pattern on the armrest. So Isabella Frost and David Morrison, who sought to correct an historical injustice through murder, will face the full weight of the law, while the men who committed the original injustice through negligence and cowardice will face at most inconvenience. The symmetry is imperfect. The law isn't about symmetry, Lestrade said quietly. It's about what can be proven now, with evidence that holds up in court, according to rules that apply regardless of how old the crimes are or how sympathetic the criminals might be. I don't like it any more than you do, Holmes, but I enforce the law as it exists, not as I wish it were. I know, Holmes said, and his voice carried no accusation, only weary acceptance. You're doing your job, Lestrade, as you always do, with competence and integrity. The failure isn't yours, it's systemic. It's the inevitable gap between justice and law, between what should be possible and what actually is. Margaret Ashfield, who had been silent until now, spoke up, her voice carrying quiet determination. My father wanted me to tell you, Mr. Holmes, that he's prepared to testify. About the conditions at the Opera House in 1869, about the pressure placed on performers, about Thomas Ravencroft's methods, and the committee's complicity in burying evidence. He knows it may damage his reputation and may affect his position at the Opera House. But he says he should have spoken 20 years ago, and if he can speak now in a way that makes any difference at all, he wants to do that. That's brave of him, Holmes said, and it may help. Public testimony from a respected figure in the music world, offered freely despite personal cost. That carries weight, even if it doesn't result in criminal prosecution. It changes the narrative. It transforms the story from tragic accident covered up by bureaucrats to systemic abuse enabled by institutional cowardice. The second version is harder to dismiss, harder to forget. Will it help my sister? Celeste asked, her voice small and uncertain. Will it make people remember that she mattered? That her death wasn't just an unfortunate incident to be buried in committee reports? Holmes considered this carefully before answering. It will help some people remember. It will force acknowledgement of what happened. But Miss Darrow, I must be honest with you. Your sister died 20 years ago, in a city that sees death daily and forgets most of it by morning. She was young and talented and full of promise, but she wasn't famous, wasn't powerful, wasn't someone whose death would echo through history on its own. The tragedy is that this is true for most deaths. Most lives matter enormously to a small circle of people and barely at all to the vast majority of humanity. Your sister will be remembered by those who loved her, by you, by Isabella Frost despite her terrible choices, by people who heard her sing and were moved by her voice. For the wider world, she'll be a footnote in a scandal about Victorian opera culture. I wish I could promise you more than that, but I can only promise you the truth, and the truth is that most lives are forgotten. The best we can do is try to make the forgetting take longer. Try to make the memory mean something while it lasts. The silence that followed was heavy but not oppressive. Celeste sat with her head bowed, tears still tracking slowly down her face, but her breathing was steady, controlled. She was absorbing difficult truths with the courage of someone who had spent years navigating darkness and had learned that sometimes the only way forward was to accept what couldn't be changed and find meaning in what remained. What about me? She asked finally. What happens to me now? I've been complicit in these murders, even if I didn't understand what I was doing. Even if I was manipulated, am I to be charged as well? Lestrade shook his head. We've reviewed your involvement extensively, Miss Darrow. You received encoded sheet music and decoded it using your natural abilities with pattern recognition in sound. You shared what you decoded with clients in the context of what you believed to be divination or spiritual insight. You had no knowledge that the information was actually murder plans being executed by a conspiracy. You're a victim in this case, not a perpetrator. You'll need to provide testimony at the trials, but you face no charges yourself. I was their prophet, she said bitterly, their oracle, their convenient blind woman who gave their revenge the appearance of supernatural inevitability. I made it possible. You were used, Watson said firmly, by someone you trusted, someone who had raised you and cared for you. That's not complicated. That's victimization. The guilt belongs to those who encoded the murders and those who executed them, not to the woman who was manipulated into announcing them. Margaret Ashfield's hand tightened gently on Celeste's shoulder. You'll need help, she said quietly, transitioning away from the identity of Madame Darrow the Oracle, finding a new way to live that doesn't involve parlour prophecies and marked opera scores. My father and I would like to help if you'll allow us. Perhaps a position at the Opera House working with the music library. Your ability to decode patterns in sound, your knowledge of opera, those are valuable skills that don't require prophecy or darkness. They can be used for beauty instead of murder. Celeste turned her face toward Margaret's voice, and something like hope flickered across her expression. I don't know how to be anything except what Isabella made me. I don't know who I am without the prophecies. Then you'll learn, Holmes said, standing and moving to the window where morning light was growing stronger, pushing back the grey. You'll discover who you might have been if your sister hadn't died, if Isabella Frost hadn't channeled her grief into revenge, if the world had been kinder 20 years ago. It won't be easy. Reinventing oneself never is. But you have the advantage of starting from a place of honesty. You know what you were and what you were made complicit in. You can choose to become something different, something that honours your sister's memory without perpetuating the cycle of revenge and grief. He turned back to face the room, and his expression was complex. Satisfaction at having solved the puzzle, weariness at the imperfect nature of the resolution, and something that might have been hope that despite everything, something good might emerge from the wreckage. The opera is ending, Miss Darrow. The stone guest has arrived and departed without dragging anyone to hell. The prophecies have failed. The music has stopped. What happens in the silence after the final aria, that's up to you. Lestrade and Gregson departed first, taking statements they still needed, coordinating trials they would need to attend, carrying the machinery of law forward with its slow, grinding inevitability. Margaret Ashfield left next, guiding Celeste Darrow carefully down the stairs, their voices fading as they discussed practical matters. Living arrangements, employment possibilities, the mundane details of building a life after identity has been shattered and must be reconstructed from fragments. Holmes and Watson were left alone in the sitting room that seemed larger now, emptier, as if the departure of so many people had removed something essential and left only space behind. Holmes returned to his newspapers, but he didn't read them. He simply stared at the headlines, his mind clearly elsewhere, processing the case's resolution with the thoroughness he brought to all things. "You're dissatisfied," Watson observed, refilling his teacup from a pot that had gone fully cold. "I'm realistic," Holmes corrected. 3 people died. A 4th was nearly killed. 2 people who sought justice through murder will spend years in prison. The people who committed the original crimes that sparked this revenge will face at most public embarrassment. A young blind woman has had her identity destroyed and must rebuild herself from nothing. And somewhere in London, other committees are making other practical decisions that prioritise reputation over humanity, that bury truths in favour of convenience. This case is resolved, Watson, but the systems that created it remain untouched. The patterns that allow such tragedies continue uninterrupted. So we've accomplished nothing? I didn't say that. Holmes set down the newspaper and met Watson's eyes directly. We prevented a murder. We exposed an historical injustice. We gave voice to a woman who died 20 years ago when powerful men decided her death wasn't worth the inconvenience of proper investigation. We disrupted a cycle of revenge that would have continued indefinitely had we not intervened. These are not nothing, Watson. They're simply not everything. And the gap between what we accomplished and what justice would require, that gap is where we must learn to live. Because perfect resolution is a fantasy. We work within reality, which is messy and incomplete and morally ambiguous. But working within reality is still work. It still matters. It still makes a difference, even if the difference is smaller than we'd like. Watson considered this, sipping cold tea and watching his friend's profile against the window, where London moved through its morning routines, vast and indifferent and continuing regardless of individual tragedies resolved or unresolved. Will you write this up for publication? The Case of the Silent Seer? Holmes was quiet for a long moment. Perhaps, eventually, when enough time has passed that the wounds are less raw, when the trials are complete and the public record is established. But Watson, if you write it— he paused, choosing his words carefully— write it honestly. Don't make it a simple tale of murder foiled and justice served. Include the ambiguity. Include the fact that Isabella Frost genuinely loved Celeste Darrow while using her for revenge. Include the reality that the original crimes will go largely unpunished. Include the fact that systems fail and people make terrible choices, and sometimes the best we can do is prevent the situation from becoming worse rather than making it actually good. Your readers prefer their moral certainty, I know. They want clear villains and triumphant heroes, but the truth is more complex than that, and perhaps if enough people encounter that complexity, if enough people sit with the discomfort of imperfect justice, things might gradually change. Systems might slowly improve. The next Celeste Darrow might be less likely to die alone and forgotten, while committees decide her death isn't worth the paperwork. "You're becoming philosophical in your old age," Watson observed with a slight smile. "I'm becoming tired," Holmes corrected, but his tone carried warmth beneath the exhaustion. "Tired of seeing the same patterns repeat. Tired of solving individual crimes while the structures that enable those crimes remain intact. But tired doesn't mean hopeless, Watson. It simply means I recognize the scale of what needs changing, and I acknowledge that my contribution will be small. One case at a time, one murder prevented, one truth exposed, small differences that accumulate slowly, and perhaps, if we're fortunate, eventually add up to something larger." The morning progressed around them, Baker Street waking fully to another London day. The sounds of the city filtered through the windows, horses on cobblestones, vendors calling their wares, the distant bells of churches marking the hours. Life continued, as it always did, indifferent to the small dramas of murder and music, opera and prophecy, revenge and the terrible things humans did to each other in the name of love. Holmes eventually stirred from his chair, moving to his chemistry bench where experiments waited patiently for attention. Watson opened his notebook, considering how he might transform the events of the past days into a narrative that would satisfy readers' desire for resolution, while remaining honest about the case's moral complexity. And somewhere across London, in a cell at Scotland Yard, Isabella Frost sat with her arthritic hands folded in her lap, no longer the composer of murder symphonies, but simply an old woman who had loved someone deeply and channeled that love into terrible purpose. She would face trial, serve her sentence, and perhaps in the remaining years of her life find some form of peace or redemption, or at least understanding. Celeste Darrow, no longer Madam, no longer Oracle, simply Celeste, walked through Covent Garden with Margaret Ashfield, learning to navigate a world where her identity was no longer prophet but simply woman, where her future was unwritten and her past was too complicated for easy dismissal, but perhaps not too broken for eventual healing. And David Morrison, the young constable who had tried to make his father's sin right through murder, sat in an adjacent cell and wondered if 26 was too young to have ruined one's life completely, or if redemption might be possible even after such profound mistakes. The opera had ended, the stone guest had departed, the prophecies had failed. What remained was simply life, complex, morally ambiguous, requiring the daily work of choosing to be better than yesterday, to try for justice even when justice seemed impossible, to remember the dead without destroying the living, to love without demanding that love justify terrible actions. It was messy and incomplete and unsatisfying in the way that reality always was. But it was, Holmes reflected as he bent over his chemistry experiment, and Watson scratched notes in his journal, at least honest, at least true, at least acknowledging that the world contained both profound evil and profound love, often in the same hearts, and that the work of being human was navigating that complexity with as much grace and compassion as one could muster. The music had stopped, but the silence that followed, if listened to carefully, contained its own meaning, its own quiet hope that tomorrow might be incrementally better than today. That slow change was still changing, those small differences still mattered, and in that silence London breathed and moved and continued its vast, ancient dance, carrying forward all its contradictions and tragedies and small, persistent attempts at being better than it was. The case was closed. The story, as stories do, continued. And somewhere in the fog and the gaslight, another mystery was already forming, waiting for detection, waiting for solution, waiting for Holmes and Watson to notice, and begin again the work of finding truth in a world that often preferred comfortable lies. But that was tomorrow's concern. For today there was only this: a case solved imperfectly, lives saved incompletely, and the quiet satisfaction of having done what could be done with what was available. It would have to be enough. It was enough. The last aria had been sung. The curtain fell, and in the silence that followed something new began, not grand or dramatic, but small and tentative, and possibly, just possibly, moving toward light. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting off in the gentle night breeze of Athens, the peaceful glow of Toronto, the warm evening hush of Doha, or the quiet starlit calm of Venice. If this tale brought a little peace to your heart, like the episode and subscribe for more nights of serenity. Let the silence settle around you. Let your thoughts grow light. Let your dreams guide you gently onward. Sleep softly now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.